Greg can't be bothered.
Craig, put that Kama Sutra down.
I'm busy right now. Can y'all just give me 1 second? I'm at a really good part of this book.
You're looking at pictures. We know you can't.
They're rich.
It is a picture, but they're pop-ups. They tickle my nose, John.
Right before you got back here, Yorga was showing me this funny video. It's only like 2 minutes, I think.
Wait, was it the parachutes?
Man, y'all got to show that because nobody showed it last night.
Wait, let me see if I can find that.
Can you show it on here if you can find it?
There is an original link. I'll try to send it to Cola. Let me see.
I don't even know what y'all are talking about. I was talking about this. I just saw this too because of Yorga.
No, but there's another one. There's another one. It was. It started out. It was on Steven Crowder, but he was showing. They were showing these guys parachute trooping all over the world in Africa, and they're all running into stuff and screwing up. They're supposed to land like on a football field, but they all end up landing up in the stands. One guy goes square through a porta potty. I mean, it's hilarious. And it wasn't just one country. It was Uganda, I think Nigeria, and South Africa. They had 3 different clips of them screwing up big time.
I think I just texted it to you. So
I know. I've got this one too. This is only like 2 minutes, I think.
Roll that beautiful bean footage.
Bean footage.
No.
Yeah, you cracked me up. Oh, go ahead.
Alec, I will offer you a total pardon because I want to be friends, right? I want to be friends. I will give you a total pardon for murdering that woman.
Oh
if you kiss the ring, Alec. Kiss the big, beautiful ring. Come on, Alec. Come on. Look at Alec Baldwin, right? He did that impersonation to me. It was not too hot, not too good. But look, we're back in office. You lost. Kamala lost. She's somewhere getting intoxicated. Look at that suitcase. Unbelievable. Well, Alec, if you don't want that pardon for murdering that woman in cold blood, you can call it first degree, you can call it whatever you want, but it was not good. She's looking down on me right now, smiling, happy. Thank you for who took me out, who killed me, and that's okay. Sure.
You realize, but
Whoa.
no, look at me. I want you
Yeah, sure.
You know, you got a camera on me?
The ring, no, it's the ring.
My kids live in this building, right? But I want you to know
We love the children. We're doing great deals for the children. Okay.
Snap your neck and have a break your fucking neck about it, so you know that, don't you?
Okay. All right, Alec Baldwin. Alec Baldwin. Okay. Oh, he's yelling at me. I'm a citizen of this. I was born and raised in New York City. I love you, Alec. Alec, look, Alec, you don't want to attack your favorite president, Alec. Look, I love you. I love you, Alec. He's got more balls than De Niro, that I can tell you. De Niro ran away. Alec confronted. That's good. He's strong, but also he's weak because he murdered a woman. So that's okay, right?
That guy's the best. I'm telling you, he's the best Trump impersonator there is.
Oh yeah, he does it good.
Does Alex Baldwin have a short temper?
Apparently.
Well,
I know, but still, man, I would have lost it too if somebody was saying that shit to me, man.
Yeah, I've heard it on little talk shows, and like the one brother tries to tell you that Hollywood's horrible and tries to tell on them, and they all have their stories, but I've definitely heard them talking about, you know, getting in fights and stuff and bar fights, and the younger one getting the older one in fights. My brother will kick your ass and shit like this. Like, I've heard that. So like that's their natural instinct, is to just punch you in the face.
That's how I grew up. We always got in this shit.
Yeah, I did too. Me and my brother would try to kill me my whole entire life.
Jorge, shut up before I come up there into your box and try to smack you in your head.
Okay.
I'm just kidding.
Right.
He actually would climb his brother during horror movies when they were I remember hearing that story. That was a great story.
Yeah, I forgot what that movie was now. Oh, no. Yeah, I remember it. There was a guy that acted like he was throwing snakes out into the audience. The lights went out. Oh, I went right up in his lap. Oh, hell yeah. I was on top of his head, I think.
Gosh, I wish we could go back. The good old days, huh?
Yeah, I know.
But then I was wondering, all right, say you went to bed tonight. You woke up, you were 14 years old. Right. How would you be? I mean, it would be really, course, you'd see your parents who may have passed, or whatever.
Yeah. But I swear, like they always say, if I could go back then and know what I know now, life would probably be really set up really good. But
Real easy.
I don't want to go back. Zero, baby.
Yeah, you can't go back. You gotta just,
Yeah.
Yeah.
Whole lot of stuff I don't want to relive.
Sorry, I'm getting really philosophical, Cola.
Yeah,
Sorry.
you are.
I would have so much more energy. I know that. I already have a lot of energy. But
I have more energy.
oh yeah.
Yeah.
Of
I
course,
just went
man.
on the blog for literally no reason, just because I could.
I would try not to mess up my body like I did doing stupid things when I was young.
Yeah, me too. I jumped off my mom's roof with a garbage bag for a parachute. Landed like a bag of meat on the sidewalk, man. It wasn't good. But that's how you learn shit,
That really is. You got to go through the bad. And you're right.
It's like those
Please
guys
say
in that
hello to
video
everybody
we
in
were talking
chat.
about.
I forgot to say, should we do that?
Yeah, I'm trying to catch up. I'm really
'Cause
not
I can't
good at
type all these. There's so many names. But the best life,
Really, baby.
dude, the best life has been kicking ass on live streams doing the knives. Really awesome. Very, very proud of you, Best. Very proud of you.
Sometimes he gets the algorithm and gets big numbers, and then other times they're kind of slower. But he sold a couple knives, and people are like, really into it. Like
It's
a lot of
awesome.
people say it's like ASMR or something.
I love it. No, it's awesome.
CPOD.
Yeah, I think I got it. Now.
CPOD. That's something different. Doc P's out
something
there. Mary Freeland, Pat Evans, Wildlife. Good to see you.
Miss
Cheryl
Mendes.
Rich, Sissy K.
Sissy K.
Pat Evans, good to see you. Brian Lloyd's out there. Good to see you, Brian. And of course, we got John Dunning here. That's awesome. Good to see you, John.
Yep.
Oh, Greg.
Chessboard. Good to see you, buddy. Where's that crazy old lady of yours? Sorry. They're always in Hawks.
Navy vet.
Oh, Navy's here. Good to see you, Navy. SM, good to see you.
Jerry.
I know I'm
Lily.
missing somebody.
Ryan Lloyd.
Oh, Lily, good to see you.
Lily, baby.
Cole, I'm so glad you had me.
Man, I'm just glad you came up. I honestly thought I was just sending it out for just in case, but yeah.
I thought you weren't going to allow me on the show. A lot of people don't like me on their show.
Oh my god.
I like it when you named Boo Radley last night. Something about that tickled me. I
love Boo Radley.
Hiding behind that door.
That was
Remember you hiding behind that door at the end of the movie?
Dude, you know what's so funny? They have a piece of artwork I always wanted to create just because of that scene. Have some glowing eyes behind a door.
Yeah. Boo Radley.
What is that? That's Boo Radley.
What were you said your address? Was that really the address or you were just being silly? Because I don't know.
No, it was actually the address for the Munsters. It's 1313 Mockingbird Lane. And then Craig got it wrong and said Boo Radley. And I went, yeah, Boo.
I thought he was right. I was like, oh my god.
No, Boo Radley was in To Kill a Mockingbird.
Yeah, To Kill a Mockingbird.
Probably one of the greatest movies ever made.
Great book too, and the author is from Mississippi. Oh gosh, what was her name? Shit, it escapes me after my voodoo IPA
and the kids were Scout and Jim, and the dad's name was Atticus. Remember?
Atticus Finch.
Yeah.
If you're talking about that's Yorga, Craig, and that's John Dunning. If that's who you're talking about.
Oh wait, who?
And Boo Radley.
Well, you're both on the Yorga and John Dunning are on the right, so I don't know which one.
Oh, Richard, good to see you.
But
Weatherman at the ring.
Ooh, I didn't see that. He said there was a wrinkle in Musk's mask.
oh my gosh, who said that? How come I don't see that?
Richard Ness.
No,
I wonder if he's related to Elliot Ness.
You know what? He might be an old school gumshoe, and we didn't even know about it.
Elliot Ness. Do you remember did you ever see the old black and white ones? What was that show called?
It wasn't Untouchables.
Yeah, it was the Untouchables. Yeah,
Is that what it was? Okay.
Yeah. The old black and white ones kill me because they got this narrator in there. It's always going. And then Elliot Ness went and killed Mulbar. It's got this guy in the background. You never see him.
But that made it exciting. I know, man.
Yeah,
We need to bring
I
back
like
that
that.
stupid
Made
shit.
it better.
I love it. I really do. Yeah.
Elliot Ness was a real guy.
No, yeah, totally.
Huh? Oh yeah, totally. Okay.
No, totally. He really was a guy.
Yeah.
So yeah,
Jerry.
I was totally watching y'all. Well, I always watch y'all on 10 TV, but I was hearing about that gold card. I was watching the same stuff. I watched the whole thing. I got a couple different timestamps if you guys want to. I know it's kind of boring to, especially some people don't even like Trump anymore, but
Wait, who doesn't like him?
all kinds of people.
Dirty
They-
rats. Get out of here. Go
they
to
think-
your faggot liberal channels now. Sorry.
Yeah, there was some crummy comments in the chat last night against Trump. They were kind of hidden with innuendo.
Trolls. They got to be trolls. They don't want to win. I'm
There's
waiting
a lot
until
of
I see some crazy stuff. Then I'll,
Well, they say they're going to release the list tomorrow, but
I saw
Yeah.
that.
looking into it, what she really said was we're going to get some stuff. So I'm not going to get too excited about it. Yeah, it's going to be like, and Skinny Mo, the mailman, he went on that plane. Yeah.
But like, dude, haven't we already heard the list? Didn't
I mean, that's what people say, but we don't know for sure. And like, there's nothing being done
Yeah.
about it. A lot of people say nothing's going to be done about it anyway, but I don't know. They are going after Comey. That is the first person they're going after, both Cash and Bunching.
Well, John remembered. John,
Okay.
didn't Scott Baio, I think, read the list out? If I'm not mistaken, I remember seeing
did
the
he?
video on Hawks.
Oh, I like him too, man. He's all right.
You're like, how do
Yeah.
you know? How do you know that's the real one? But
That's the whole thing.
Yeah.
Oh no, Scott Baio, he's a Hollywood guy. He might,
I trust him. Yeah, he probably knows the real list. He probably knows, like,
probably
really.
knows a lot of shit.
Yeah.
That's like I just seen just before this started, where Pam Bondi was talking about the Epstein list, and she said there was over 150 names on that list, and they had to go over the list, and I don't know why, but
And she said there's 250 victims.
was it 250? Okay.
Yeah.
I knew it was a lot.
Yeah, there's a lot of victims. Yeah.
So they're trying to, these things do take time. It's on her desk, but 250 victims, and they're trying to keep be discreet with the names of the victims and whatnot. So you got to really cover your bases before you come out and go, here it is, and I don't know I don't trust anything, man. I mean, I think, like I said, they're going to be, your mailman, he was on that plane, it's names might come out, but you ain't going to see Bill Clinton.
I could
Yeah, I
see
mean-
where they want to protect the victims, like the minors, but as
Oh,
far
yeah.
as the predators, I think they ought to just put that right.
Oh
up.
no, it's the victims that they're trying to. Yeah, the predators. Yeah, they need to release that. Go ahead, Cola. Ricola. Got this dance beat going in the background.
I know, I like it. It's like do
I do too.
do.
Good song last
I
night.
can't hear it. I can't hear it. Can y'all hear it?
Nope. Turn up the volume.
Pump up the volume. Oh, you know what? When you share video, you got to share audio. That might have maybe you did.
Really?
YouTube's weird. StreamYard's weird. I'm gonna
Too bad we don't have a lip reader.
I'm gonna do a YouTube rant pretty soon. Is she muted? She's muted. That's why we can't hear
that's
it.
what's wrong. Yeah.
That was what was wrong, Cole. You did.
I know. I was figuring that out right when you were
Hey, maybe that's the reason.
I
And I was
know.
muted telling Cola I can't hear you.
Hey, everybody, welcome to Blonde TV.
We have filed charges against Kathy Hochul. We have filed charges against
You
Letitia
could have
James
read
and
it.
Mark Schroeder, who is with TMZ.
You're right.
New DOJ, and we are taking steps to protect Americans, New York has chosen to prioritize illegal aliens over American citizens. It stops today. As you know, we sued Illinois, and New York didn't listen. So now you're next. Millions of illegal aliens with violent records have flooded into our communities, bringing violence and deadly drugs with them.
Ooh, and Chessboard brings up something that Telsey released about 100 Intel people that were engaged in sexual chat.
All right.
Hey.
This is the one I'm in anyway. Sorry, y'all. That one was relevant, I suppose. Same person, but my bad. Bear with me. Oh my gosh.
Will that really list of Jeffrey Epstein's clients? Will that really happen?
It's sitting on my desk right now to review. That's been a directive by President Trump. I'm reviewing that. I'm reviewing JFK files, MLK files. That's all in the process of being reviewed because that was done at the directive of the president from all of these agencies.
So have you seen anything that you said, oh my gosh?
Nope.
Not yet.
Okay. Well, we'll check back with you.
Watlife says, Watlife's up here. Hi, Watlife. He says, today in history, 1993 World Trade Center bombing. Remember that when the truck went in the basement and it went kablooey, but it didn't do anything?
Ramsey something. What was the guy's? Was it Ramsey Youssef?
That sounds right.
I always get it mixed up with Cat Stevens changed his name to something.
It was a Youssef something too, I think.
Yeah.
Habla, homo silica, Youssef.
Homo silica. I would mix the two up, Yorga. Gosh, Cat Stevens was awesome before he went off.
I know, man. He was great. I love all his old stuff.
His old stuff was amazing.
Did you ever see that movie, Harold and Maude?
Wait, recollect me. I may have seen it. Who was in it?
It's a kind of a what they call a cult classic, but all the music is Cat Stevens. It's about this young guy that's obsessed with unliving himself, and he meets this old lady. She was a famous actress too. I can't remember her name. And she's about half crazy, and they end up in like a relationship, and it's just crazy. It's a comedy,
Harold and Maude. I'm gonna.
You never seen that?
Maybe I did. I really don't remember.
That's a classic. That's a cult classic, man.
Gosh, see, that's why
very good movie, man. His parents
hang out with you.
The kid's parents were like super rich, and they're trying to get him to meet women and stuff, and he's constantly pretending like he's committing, the S word.
Yeah,
and they'll bring a girl over to the house, and she's like, "Where's Harold?" And you'll see him out in the yard. He's caught himself on fire or something, But he was faking them all. And they wanted to give him a car, so they gave him a Jaguar XKE, a black one, man. I mean, premium, man.
Nice.
And he didn't like it, so he went to a chop shop and actually it showed him with the torch himself, and he turned it into a hearse.
That is great.
Yeah. Anyway. Enough about that. Jerry says he thought it's a good movie. Yeah, it is a good movie.
Well, there you go. I'm going to watch it now that Jerry said that. I didn't believe you, Yorga, but now that Jerry says it,
it's Jerry approved.
I totally believe him.
It's rated J for Jerry.
For Jerry. Ooh, what's
I'm not
showing
this time, right?
Nope, I hear you.
I've got to check because that was so dumb. Sorry. All right.
Brian, okay. Real quick, Carolyn Levin, your press secretary, sent an earthquake through that briefing room earlier today, announcing that the WACA would not have any control over placing media in the seats in the briefing room. Just want to get your thoughts on that. And also on Air Force One, it's trending on X. People are talking about it.
Well, we're going to be now calling those shots. As you know, we won that lawsuit right there. See the Gulf of America, which is a beautiful name. Most people agree. I don't know. It's, AP has been terrible. I think they're radical left. I think they're third-rate reporters. I know the specific young lady that works on the account is terrible. She's a radical left lunatic, as far as I'm concerned. They don't treat us fairly. That's number one. And number two, they had no right to do that. This is the Gulf of America. And if you look at that shoreline, look from Florida
I love it when you speed it up. That makes it even funnier.
And
Nah.
vast majority.
Goes from Florida all the way up to New Jersey. It's beautiful.
It's
America
good.
doesn't get it.
He said, I'm just admiring it. Oh, look at
It's called America.
beautiful.
Vast
Tough
majority, big numbers. So
I was
I'm just
laughing.
admiring it as I look at it.
I didn't realize Louisiana went out in the ocean that far.
Yeah, started
Well, you
crying.
know what? That's why I want to change why is it the Mississippi River, Yorga?
I don't know. I know it's an old Indian word.
But I mean, it mostly comes to Louisiana. I don't even think it goes in.
Oh, it
Yeah,
goes to a
little
whole
bit.
bunch
It
of
goes a
states.
little bit in Mississippi. You're right. It does.
Never seen the Mississippi River, I don't think.
I'll say
Hey, like my new avatar. That's the real county order.
I like that one.
Yeah, it's a good one.
You need to get you need to get the original though, the better one. What's your boy's name? Gosh, why am I forgetting his name?
Oh, Bela Lugosi?
No. Your local country western vampire.
Oh,
gosh.
Unknown Henson.
Unknown Henson. That's what you.
That
need
would
to
be a
get
good
his.
avatar.
That'd be a great one.
Okay, I can do that. Not tonight.
Oh, dude, yes, that would be great if they renamed the Mississippi Craig's River.
Craig's River. The mighty Craig.
Too many people piss in it. A lot of
There's
sewage
another
goes
part
into
where
that river.
He talks about Jack Smith and everything when they're talking about the weaponization. It's only like 2 minutes long. My favorite part is he offers Jack Smith the pen. He's just kind of funny on accident or on purpose or whatever. But and then other than that, the only other thing I wanted to show about that was, of course, the gold stuff you guys covered because we got to talk about it. I would like to talk about it if you guys would.
Wait, are you talking about the gold card or the gold in?
Yeah,
dude,
gold
they
card.
got so many
That's the
people
next
already
one. This is
signed up.
only- Yeah, well, this is the first one, and the next one, yeah, you guys. I was sitting there like, man, because one of the things everybody thinks you're going to be rich. They're saying this isn't that clip, but they're saying that you could just be talented, and people could pay to have you here. Like, you don't have to have the money as long as you're good enough for somebody else to want to pay
Yeah.
for you. Which is because a lot.
I thought about it today, and I've got absolutely no problem with it. None.
Yeah, I'll let them stay in my house.
Right? This is, like I said, this is about the weaponization and how they're going
I'll
to go
let
back.
them stay in my house. What if they look like Boo Radley?
That's all right. Behind the door, all creepy with live eyeballs.
Yeah. But they got 5 million books.
County
I'm sorry.
participated in the weaponization of government.
Hold it. This is a good one. Is everybody listening?
one.
Deranged Jack Smith. We're going to call it the Deranged Jack Smith signing or bill. Go ahead.
One law firm that provided pro bono legal services to the special counsel's office under Jack Smith's leadership was Covington and Burling. As a result of those actions, we're now going to be suspending and putting under review the security clearances for the attorneys and employees at that firm who worked with Jack Smith's team. And we're going to continue holding the people who were responsible for the weaponization of government, who supported it, accountable for what they did.
And you'll be doing this with other firms as time goes by, right?
We're looking at sort of the whole panoply of options.
The weaponization of our system by law firms, even pro bono work they're doing just in order to plug up government, stop government. And nobody knows about it more than me. And hopefully that'll never happen again.
Dude, he's a boss. He's Cola. He's a friggin' boss. And look at who's that little guy? I love that guy.
He gives him the pen. That's my favorite part.
Wait, I just want to savor this one, please. Who would like this pen? Hey, why don't you send it to Jack Smith?
That is the best.
Individual firm or individual suit, arm Jack Smith from his actions.
You know
I
what?
know
people-
his signature looks like an electrocardiogram.
Think about it. I'm so happy and I want more, but they put him. They tried to take him out. They tried to take him out.
Yeah.
You know.
And they did attack him. And he's saying, I feel like he's looking out for the next people that might not have the money to fight back and stuff. Because if they'll
Who-
come after him, who won't they come after?
Who could have dealt with that? That's why he needed to be in that. You know, it takes a lot to deal with that, for sure.
Pooty Poot is in the chat. Pooty Poot.
Yeah, I saw him out there making comments, but you know,
Yeah, son. He's kind of like Boo Radley.
He is kind of
This
like
is
Jeff
the
B.
gold coin because some people maybe didn't hear it. I'm sure most people have, but just in case, we'll go ahead and do because I don't want to, confuse somebody that hasn't heard something. It is kind of.
Roll.
I'm getting there. I'm trying to. At least I'm not muted this.
Very,
Oh, you're good.
very good. We're going to be selling a gold card. You have a green card. This is a gold card. We're going to be putting a price on that card of about $5 million, and that's going to give you green card privileges. Plus, it's going to be a route to citizenship. And wealthy people will be coming into our country by buying this card. They'll be wealthy, and they'll be successful, and they'll be spending a lot of money and paying a lot of taxes and employing a lot of people. And we think it's going to be extremely successful. It's never been done before, or anything like this, but it's something that we're going to be putting out over the next, would you say 2 weeks out? Do you want to
2
say a
weeks.
couple of words about it?
Sure.
President, for that gold card, do you have to invest a certain amount of money in this country in order to qualify for that gold card?
Exactly.
So the EB-5 program was really, you lend some money, but it was full of nonsense, make-believe, fraud,
How did Craig's mic get in there?
low price. So the president said, rather than having
What are you talking about?
ridiculous
The
EB-5,
mic is hanging down in front of his face.
replace it with the Trump Gold card, which is really a green card gold. So they'll be able to pay $5 million to the U.S. government. They'll have to go through vetting, of course. We're going to make sure they're wonderful, world-class global citizens. They can come to America. The president can give them a green card, and they can invest in America, and we can use that money to reduce our deficit. Why do we give out lotteries of green cards? Why do we give out EB-5 for green cards? The President of the United States understands that the right answer is why don't we eliminate the deficit of the United States of America instead?
The gold card, well, millions, but the gold card will bring in with it people that create jobs, very high level people. I think companies will pay to get people in. For instance, you today graduate from the Wharton School of Finance or Harvard or Stanford or any college, and nobody knows if you can even go to work for a company. So Apple and all these companies that want to get people to be working for them will be able to buy a card. And for the people that are number one in their class at top schools, I see that as one of the things. But generally speaking, it'll be people with money and people that create jobs, and they won't have to pay any tax on income outside of the United States, which they're not paying right now. They're not citizens, but they'll have to pay if they create jobs in the United States. They'll pay full taxes like everybody else. So you're getting big taxpayers, big job producers, and we'll be able to sell maybe 1 million of these cards, maybe more than that. And if you add up the numbers, they're pretty good. As an example, 1 million cards would be worth $5 trillion. $5 trillion. Wow. And if you sell 10 million of the cards, that's a total of $50 trillion. Well, we have 35 trillion in debt. That'd be nice. So we'll see. But it could be great. Maybe it will be fantastic. We have it all worked out from the legal standpoint. It's totally legal to do. Hasn't been done before. It's been done in many different forms. We give them away. Why should we give them away? We shouldn't give them away. And I think it's something very exciting. I think it's potentially just something that we're all very excited about. So it's a gold card. It's somewhat like a green card, but at a higher level of sophistication. It's a road to citizenship for people. And essentially people of wealth or people of great talent, where people of wealth pay for those people of talent to get in, meaning companies will pay for people to get in and to have long-term status in the country. And I think it's something we're very, very happy about. Would you have anything to say about that?
Well, many other countries, by the way, do this, including, of course, your 51st state does that.
And the money's earmarked for deficit reduction?
It may be earmarked for deficit, but it actually could be more money than that. I mean, if you did 10 million, you'd have $15 trillion left over. But generally, it's going to be paid down debt. Yes.
Do you need Congress for this?
No, we don't need Congress. No, because we're not doing citizenship. We're doing the card. It's a path. It's a path to citizenship, a very strong path to citizenship. But we're not doing the citizenship. For that, I'd have to get Congress.
And with all countries, the
I kept it going till there on purpose because
That's awesome. So it isn't really citizen. I mean, but it's
Yeah.
a path there, and you're paying a big sum to get on
that's
that
why
path.
I left it
Pretty
plain
good.
because you could tell that he's like doing these like what's it called where you kind of just get right between the two, because he's like, oh nope, it's a path. It's a real clear path, but because he didn't want to he wanted to get away without going through Congress. But yeah.
Brilliant.
I don't know. I kind of have to hope that that's going to be a good thing. Like he said, at a certain price, it takes us right out of debt. It's kind of like, what will they do if we get out of debt? They'll be so upset. It's so funny when it seems backwards.
Well, that's just like the one fellow that was talking about it. He compared it to the EB-5 green card,
Yeah.
which if you kind of look at that, it's the same thing, but with a higher amount on it. I think EB-5 was people could get a visa into the United States if they agreed to certain terms, like I think it was like $10,000 or $20,000 investment in a company, and they had to hire so many Americans, which wasn't a lot, but that's the way it was, just part of that stipulations.
I didn't see them pray before Trump's cabinet meeting today, actually.
I did. Yeah.
Hey, Hick Gal, good to see you.
Yeah.
If
We
you
had a
wanna-
bunch of other people get here too. We should say hello.
Hey, she says, Hit Gal says King, just like Unknown Henson. Kang. She was
Kind.
talking about going to the Royal Kang yesterday. I like that. Kang. Kang. Sorry, Hit Gal. I got a hoot on you a
Oh
little
yeah,
bit.
that's true, Mary. I watched the whole thing. I didn't put all the clips up, but yeah, he was trying to give away his Trump was right about everything, and nobody wanted it. Oh man, that was kind of a sad moment. But I mean, the press, they obviously they're fake news. They talk shit about him a million times. I wouldn't want it either.
Well,
Damn it, Mary.
they probably wanted one, but they were too scared to take one.
Yeah, in front of it. Yeah, probably so. He needs a ShamWow guy to do his gold card commercials.
Yeah. Or Mike Lindell.
Yeah. Mike Lindell. Yeah, somebody said he was talking about him. I didn't catch that. But yeah, they I think it's on there. I'm not going to pull it all up, but he talked about the emails that they're sending out, and all you have to do to keep your job is just say 5 things you did last week. Just 5 things, and it's like, man,
I woke up.
no.
I brushed my teeth. I watched Joni Loves Chachi. I had a bowl of cereal, and I went back to bed. That's 5 things.
I mean, you'd probably keep your job though, because
Because I was
Yeah,
productive.
because you answered. Yeah, correct.
they just want to make sure I feel like the bar is low. They want to make sure you're alive. That's a big one. Make sure you exist. That's what they say anyway.
Well, from what I heard, they're paying, or the federal government, we're paying billions for these office buildings to be maintained and electrified, and there's nobody in them.
Yep.
So,
Well, also, I watched the press secretary. There was a lot of good stuff in there too, but I don't have it ready. I get lost in these comments because I won't look for a while and then they kind of pile up. And I hate being behind. I don't know why. It's like you can always catch up, but But yeah, I'm hoping that that's a good thing. I mean, I don't know. I'm sure there's some ways it could be a bad thing, but I'm hoping for it to be the good thing.
Everything in life is controversial.
Like good and bad, probably from both.
Yeah. I know years ago, whenever you talk politics, even if you was talking to Republican and talking to a Democrat, you discuss it, you discuss the things, and then when you conclude with, you just got to pick the better of the 2 evils,
Yeah, lesser of 2 evils. I've heard that before for sure. But yeah, I like to think it's good things, and not anything bad. What about Dan Bongino? I don't know why that took me by surprise. I guess I just didn't see that one coming. That's something I have. She talks about Dan Bongino for about 2 minutes, and she explains that he's not just somebody on, because I really didn't know his history. I didn't know that he used to, but oh yeah, that was a good one. Let me see if I can go find that. I'll be back in 22 years. It takes too long. I should never say it first, but now I'm thinking about it. It really was a good one, but I guess part of it, if I can just not mute. Who has their fire alarm going? Needs to change their batteries. It sounds like it's not me. It really isn't, but somebody's chirping.
Not here.
No. Man, it's
It's
York.
not me because I have my mic muted.
Yeah, it can't be. So it's got to be York then. If it's not him, it's not me.
Ain't no
I got
noise.
it.
Ain't no noise coming from here except for little bats are flying around and stuff.
Just
That's
bats.
I guess I'm tripping. I could have swore I was hearing a fire. You know how they beep when they're running low.
beep. Now I'm going to screw with you all night long. I'm just going to go beep every now and then.
I'm looking for a fire alarm beep video on YouTube.
Right there you go. Perfect.
I can't believe y'all didn't hear it. All right, let's see. I think I found it. Now I just got to figure out where and all. She talked for 30 some minutes, you know. I think it was about near the end, but
They actually got it, York. It's crazy.
what's that? Oh. Oh,
I gotta
Lord.
say.
Yeah, I heard Elon was supposed to do inventory at the Fort Knox.
Yeah, to
And-
see if there's any gold, because there's probably not.
And when I was kind of looking into that, and I seen the last time anybody was in there was in 2017, I think. And it was Mitch McConnell and Mnuchin.
Shit.
That's even funnier. Let's start going into a different song. All right, let's see. It's like worse than a real
That's a submarine. That's sonar, man. I like it though.
It's a video of, it says the video is titled Smoke Detector Chirp.
On a submarine.
Submarine.
It's freaking sonar, man.
All right.
I just,
Oh my God.
we just got pinged. Fuck. Submerge. Submerge.
James, one other one. I'm sorry. Thank you. On the FBI, the president also announced a new deputy director of the FBI, Dan Bongino. From what has been reported, and maybe this is not accurate reporting, you can tell me, the FBI director, Kash Patel, informed Republican senators that it would be an individual named as the deputy who was a special agent currently at the FBI. And of course, Mr. Bongino was not. Well, what was the reason for naming Mr. Bongino to this position? And was Mr. Patel not correct in making that assurance to those senators?
I'm not sure if anybody in this room has listened to Mr. Bongino when he talks about the past corruption at the FBI, when he talks about his experience serving for the United States Secret Service. This is a
He
man
knows.
who loves the country and who has honorably served our country in ways that many people have not. He understands the depth of the corruption at these institutions, which the American people re-elected President Trump to shake up. And I think it's quite despicable to see many networks in this room who have had chyrons on their television screens labeling Mr. Bongino as a far-right podcaster. He is not. He is a former law enforcement agent. He is a former Secret Service agent who put his life on the line to protect this country. And that is why the President of the United States has entrusted him for this important role. He's also an outsider to this Washington swamp. And we often see that when outsiders are appointed coveted positions, a lot of people in this city get very, very nervous. And they should be, because Dan Bongino and Kash Patel and Attorney General Bondi are focused on rooting out the corruption at these agencies and ending the weaponization of government once and for all. I'd like to end with something. As you all know, you know what, James? I'm feeling generous. Go ahead.
She's a badass. She is a badass.
I was gonna say that for sure. She is. She don't take no shit.
Very
Also,
young. Yeah.
The Apple deal too. Did y'all hear about that? Probably already.
No.
Liberals
What,
mocked him for it, but those
Uh,
critics were proven wrong.
Well, I'll go ahead and do that one real quick. At least I'm already here, so it won't take 10 years. Just about 2. Hold on. All
I'm
right.
growing a beard here.
No.
Once again. On the heels of President Trump's Oval Office meeting with Apple CEO Tim Cook last week, Apple just announced its largest ever commitment to American jobs and industry, with plans to spend and invest more than $500 billion in America over the next 4 years. Over the course of the current Trump administration, Apple plans to hire around 20,000 new workers, creating high-paying jobs right here in America. And the investment isn't limited to one specific region of our country. Apple teams and facilities will expand all over our country in Arizona, California, Iowa, Nevada, North Carolina, Michigan, Oregon, Texas, and Washington. With President Trump in charge, America is open for business. Apple CEO Tim Cook said it best in the company's announcement. We are bullish on the future of American innovation. On top of this incredible Apple announcement, President Trump already announced more than $1 trillion in pledged investments into the United States. And on another important note that the American people entrusted President Trump to fulfill, this administration's efforts to seal the border continue to prove extraordinarily successful. In President Trump's first month back in office alone, illegal border crossings hit lows not seen in decades, down 94% over the past year, while interior arrests are up 134%. And this past Saturday, this is a significant statistic that I wanted to share with all of you. There were only 220 illegal border crossings on Saturday. This is a 15-year low. Think about that in comparison to the amount of illegal border crossings we saw under the previous administration. Fox recently reported that a San Diego migrant shelter is closed.
I feel like there's all these opportunities to get us out of debt and do right with some money. And they talked about peace deals too, but I don't know if y'all, this is the only thing I have marked on here. It's 2 minutes long about the peace deals, which of course this is 1 day old and news goes fast. You know, 1 day is enough to be.
One day is obsolete.
All right. I don't
Yeah. Where's drones at? Where are the drones? That was
Dude, it
that.
really seems like if it's not within the first few hours, it's old
Yeah.
news.
The
Yeah.
drones are so 2024.
Oh yeah, so passe.
All right.
I promise. This is the last one from this. It's 2 minutes long. But I guess things like this give me hope for good stuff.
The Russia-Ukraine talks in general, it's pretty clear to my eye that President Macron was performing a kind of delicate dance, lavishing praise on the president while seeking in his own remarks to try to bind President Trump to positions and even specific language that the president has not committed to heretofore. One of the most brazen comments from President Macron was when he said that the deal that President Trump is negotiating with the Russians must not be, quote, a surrender for Ukraine. All of the public points that we have heard from President Trump, from Secretary Hegseth, and from other administration officials talking about these negotiations have averred to, quite openly, to concessions from the Ukrainians that will have to be made. The minerals deal, the abandonment of their NATO ambitions, and other elements. So far, we have not heard any administration official suggest a single concession that the Russians should be prepared to make. And so I wonder if you could assure us, at a minimum, that this negotiation process will not be as one-sided as the Europeans seem to think it is, that in fact, President Putin will also be made to engage in some concessions to reach this deal.
Well, I think the president knows how to make a deal better than anyone who has ever assumed the office of the American presidency. And in order to make a deal, you have to bring both sides to the table. And typically when you make a good deal, both sides leave that table a little bit unhappy. I'm not going to outline the concessions that the president and his team are engaged in discussing. These are obviously ongoing negotiations, and it would be unwise of me to impede them from this podium. But the president has made significant improvements in ending this conflict. He is committed to seeing an end to the war. He wants to see the bloodshed and the killing stopped. He wants to stop seeing young men being killed and slaughtered. This has been going on for far too long. The president inherited this mess because of the incompetence of the previous administration, and he's committed to fixing it. And he's made, some of those concessions clear, but I'm not going to get ahead of him on additional ones. But he is.
Boy, she is so good and worth every penny.
Yeah, she's kind of a boss.
She speaks
the
really
other
fast.
thing that, yeah, well, no, I had her sped up.
She sped. She was
He's
sped.
laughing at me. He knew he's making
You
fun
need
of
to slow her down.
me.
Yeah.
So, also, Trump's talked about, now I lost my train of thought. I hate it when that happens. That a lot of this, oh, hey, Bonnie.
Hey, Bonnie.
Hey, Bonnie.
Some of this wouldn't, of course, some of it wouldn't happen. He loves saying that. But like the war, like it's going to be easy to stop it because we're kind of the only reason it was going on, because the money they're using our weapons, they're using our money. And as soon as the money's cut off, like they're not going to be able to afford to continue on. Like we've literally been funding it. So in a sense, just switching offices kind of makes it easy to end it. They're like, oh shit, we can't get this from him. But I don't know. Who knows what all happens behind the scenes?
And Trump cracks me up because he's like, yeah, so they're not going to pay us back. All right, what kind of minerals you got over there? What kind of,
Yeah,
what kind of
totally.
stuff? What do you got, man?
Yeah.
Bob stocks, we don't care.
But that's, exactly. Like, really, did we loan you that? You really thought that was a loan?
Biden made it as a grant, and all the European countries that have loaned them money is a loan. And
It's
that's
a
why
loan.
Trump,
You're right. You're
Trump's
right. Worse.
like-
Worse. Sorry,
Yeah,
Yorga.
he says
You're
it's
right.
not
Worse.
fair. I know exactly. I heard him saying this too, Yorga.
Yeah.
He said it's
he
not
said we
fair.
just gave it to him. No, we ain't doing that. What do you got over there? You got some minerals and shit there?
Yeah, we need
Maybe
some.
do some
Exactly.
fracking over there or something.
No, seriously, I heard him saying that he didn't, that it wasn't fair. And
Yeah.
I have that. But like I said, I wasn't going to sit there and play every clip because I know a lot of people can't stand him. And I get it. Like there's some things about his personality. I totally get it. I don't hold it against anyone that doesn't like him. But I
That's
think
what you need. That's what
He
you need.
cracked me
What else
up.
you gonna have? You gotta have that if you
Give us
want.
Kendrick Jack Smith. That was funny. I don't care. I thought so. He trolls a lot, but he gets a lot done with it too.
Oh,
But
he's
yeah,
one of the greatest trollers of all time.
All time.
but also that guy I watch a lot. His name is oh gosh, Brian Craig. He's right in Florida. He was just going on and on about them going after Comey, and he was all excited, saying that no one's covering it enough. And he was just like, I don't know about that. Trump going to see King Charles.
Take care of slay the lizard.
We miss you too, Bonnie.
The Lizard King.
Yeah, something I was just looking into. Stuff that really nobody's really talking about. I mean, we kind of talk about AI and stuff, but Operation Olympic Games. If you're interested, look into that, because there's a lot of things going on in the internet world, like as far as hacking and different things like that. It's pretty interesting dive to go down.
Can't get over that freaking dance groove that y'all's got going.
Oh, man. I love it. Speaking of dance grooves, what a great thing for you to have said when you
Good
said it. Yeah, totally. This shit's pretty funny. I won't play the whole thing.
With current and projected deficits, and expenditures by 32%. Let's make it even 40. Oh, that's not necessary. Slash.
My administration will establish the brand new Department of Government Efficiency.
President Donald Trump's new Department of Government Efficiency, or DOGE for short, officially established earlier this week after a first-day executive order. The new entity, which plans to try to slash billions in government spending, will operate as part of the executive branch, and they will have a congressional arm.
This 19-year-old Edward Corstein, better known as Big Balls.
Big balls, big balls.
Big balls.
Now, the disruptor, Chief Elon Musk, who apparently has adopted the alien Harry Hall. Department of Government Efficiency, an acronym that just so happens to spell Doge. They're just like you, and they're just like me. And he's running around and thinking he's got a bank account with a lot of zeros in it. I don't think so. Look around, government is overspending, nobody knows what's going on, and it doesn't so. Look right, cause your bills are never running, they tax you to the bone. Think about that, efficiency, everything.
Was the volume cutting out on y'all?
I don't know why. Yeah, it is.
Yeah, I can still hear the beat in the background, so maybe it's some sort of algorithm for the copyright or some such shenanigans.
Shenanigans.
So it stopped playing altogether, the sound?
I think it's the
Man.
background music messes it up.
Man, I
No,
love
it might be. Hey, you
No.
know what's weird about that little? I don't know why, but that little music box I had last night. When the guy
Mhm.
starts dancing, there's actually a tune that's going on, and when you watch it on the video, you can't hear that music at all.
You don't hear that at all.
Uh-uh.
Why?
I don't know.
Crazy world we live in.
If there was
That's like when we tried to do when I was doing the war correspondent thing. I tried to put on my computer sounds like it sounded like I was in a war, bombs going off and stuff.
And
but
we
it
didn't
wouldn't-
hear it.
It
You're
wouldn't.
right.
Yeah, you couldn't hear it. I don't know what's up with that.
Hmm.
Some sort of filter
It's
somewhere.
a cancellate. Yeah, it's a background cancel or something. Yeah.
There you go. Something like that. Yeah.
Damn. We'll figure
Damn
it out. We're gonna figure it out. Don't worry, YouTube. We're on to you in your childish games.
All right.
Cool.
Shenanigans.
I have loved my time here, but I need to get to bed because I have work in the morning.
All right, buddy. I appreciate you coming out.
I'm just glad you came up. Jorgen's
I'm
mad
so
you-
glad you had me. God.
He's usually
Poor
the first
John.
one.
Poor John felt bad. He's like, "Oh Lord, I got to sit next to this guy."
Yeah.
I've been putting up with it all night, but
I know, John. I'm sorry.
now you're a good guy, Greg.
Thank you, buddy. I appreciate it.
Yeah, that song reminds me of you. That's like you're gonna have to do a like
I could
they
do
in the Goat
yeah, we might be
Cinema.
able to do that. I'm working on one right now. I don't want to give it away, but I got a couple in the works.
I haven't had any good ideas lately, so I got nothing.
Oh, dude, let me do what did it.
I swear that one was in my head last week, and I couldn't come up with anything.
I'm trying right now. I'll see what happens, but
You know, I
just
used to
let
have
me
to
know.
play that song sometimes. I always hated it, man. It was like, good God.
Wait. Let me share one of your. Can I share some of your brilliance?
I don't care.
Or we should save it, but we'll give them a little taste of it. Let me see where is it?
Mhm.
Oh wait, I got it already in my notes. Hold on. Sorry, Cola. Pause.
You're good.
1 second.
Craig only takes 6 months.
Yeah, it just takes me a little bit. There's Band on the Run, Mr. Crowley. Float on. Hold on, I gotta go. I got a lot of lyrics stored. Here it is. Gay, what's the matter with your feet? Yeah.
I'll do the backups. Then you go, gay. I go, gay.
Yep.
And Yorgo
Do it.
will be on backup for that. But I'm trying
Yeah.
to get the timing right. That one's a tough one.
It really is funny when y'all do it like that. Here, let me see. I'm not quick enough.
Gay. What's the matter with your beer? Yeah.
I don't know how y'all do it
Yay.
so quick to switch back. I cannot.
Damn it, why am I on full screen?
Oh, I kicked Yorga
Did
out.
we lose Yorga?
How did I get
Totally-
him back in
totally
here?
kicked it.
Why didn't you kick me out? I was about to leave anyway.
I didn't even. Oh, here we go. Add to stage. Duh.
All right,
No,
good.
I was trying to go to him so he could do the gay.
I know what you're like now.
Damn it.
I was
You
trying to go
kicked you
back
out,
and forth.
Yorga.
Hey,
I was
hey,
kinda
they make it look easy though. Switching back and forth, it takes me way too long to go back.
Oh,
and
yeah.
forth.
No, just leave it on Craig. I'm just doing the backups. It's no
Oh,
big
no,
deal.
I'm going
That's
to
what
bed.
makes it so funny.
I
It's
gotta go to
when-
bed. I love you all though.
All right.
Okay. Love you too. Good.
Thank you.
Thanks for coming up, man.
Hey, thanks for
We're
having
having a
me
lot of
for
fun.
sure.
Always.
We moved. Everybody moved around because they kicked you out. Here, you guys both have your cameras on. No, I swear to God. Yeah, it's definitely funny when y'all go back and forth like that. I don't know. The first time that y'all did that, I was dying. Because it was something different and you just aren't ready for it, you know. It was like
No, he didn't know I was going to do it either. I just came in with it just for laughs, you know, and it worked somehow. I can't even remember what the song was.
Oh, you know what? And now Craig's gone. So the thing about that I heard on Brian Craig's though, I totally noticed whenever Trump was talking, he made this thing about, oh yeah, I got a different desk. And they kind of laugh and there was like this inside joke moment. I'm like, what's the big deal about the desk? Brian Craig said that they had found a bug in the other desk.
Yep.
Crazy, right? Oh my gosh,
Yeah.
that's why they're laughing because they're talking about it basically, but the press and everybody, no one asked.
Look
That's
how
the-
much trouble Nixon got in for that shit, you know? They need to find, I mean, if they can't find who did the cocaine in the White House, they ain't going to find who had a bug in there either. Just because they don't want to. You know they can.
They don't want to know.
They don't want to know.
Yeah, they were saying they were looking into the Comey for the honeypot thing, and that it was basically two hot chicks, and they're like, they probably already know who they were, and we probably do. That's perfect. I swear to God.
You know, anybody who's not stupid, who is, let's say, a high up politician, knows that they try that crap all the time. They tried that on Ralph Nader back in the 60s and or early 70s. And some woman, you know, started kind of putting the moves on him in a grocery store, some super hot woman. And Ralph Nader, man, I mean, you can say a lot of things about Ralph Nader, but he's got integrity, I think. And he knew, man. He was like, "Oh hell no, oh hell no." Yeah, they tried to. And you know who hired the woman was GM, General Motors, because he had put the one of their cars to death, the Corvair. Yeah,
That's kind of like the whole thing of Epstein, or even maybe Diddy, that these people have dirt, you know, that
Oh yeah.
these
Oh, yeah.
politicians and stuff went to wherever and hooked up with some girls, and they might be married or what have you.
oh yeah. It's exactly the same thing. And Epstein filmed everything supposedly. So, and why do you film that stuff? So you can blackmail everybody, man. I mean, he might as well just put his head on a chopping block, because some of the people he was trying to blackmail, and you don't blackmail them people. You know what I mean?
Yeah, there's a lot going on, man. I think it's funny how Mitch McConnell voted for Kash Patel and then said he wasn't gonna, be in politics anymore. It's like I don't think I feel like he was probably they have dirt on him or something. Because I don't think that would be I just don't see him voting that way on his own. But I don't know. That's something Brian Craig said. He kind of looks at it as like he thought, screw it, I can't beat him. Oh well, I'll just step down, get out of the way, and he knows he's gonna get, he just
Sums up with Mitch. I mean, you seen where he locked up, like he just went blank.
Yeah, yeah. He was going.
Then he fell down. You know.
Yeah, so guys out with Twitch or whatever it was he did.
It's like somebody pulled the power pack out of the robot on Lots of Space, man. He just freaking looked. And all the guys around him were like going, what the fuck is going on here? What's he doing over here? Mitch the turtle.
Yeah, see, he had a boot on. You hear so much stuff. Another thing I heard that, that could be coming, Brian. About that Gulf of America stuff, I heard it might be a wording thing, like some kind of document that's like you can or can't do this thing at the Gulf of Mexico, but you can at the Gulf of America, though. Like, I don't know if it's true or not, but I definitely heard that, and I thought, man, that is some tricky ass shit that could probably have gotten done. I don't know what it would be. What would be on that you could or couldn't do with one or the other, but I wouldn't be shocked. You got me focusing on this music now. I really do love it, but I know it is kind of generic. And like if you focus on it, then you're like, I was listening to it earlier. You weren't even back here yet, and it was just jamming. And I was like, this has got a cool little beat to it. It's not horrible, but I still think those are still funnier than anything.
Well, I did something good today.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, since we got some dead space here, I'll just tell you about a little bit about my day and how I was getting really, really pissed off about something. And then I just stopped and went, no. Anyway, I'm going through this transaction with this thing I'm trying to buy. And after seeing pictures of it, it's a little bit suspect that maybe that ain't exactly what I'm getting. And so anyway, I'm already irritated about that. I haven't made that deal yet. I might though. Anyways, I had a repair guy was supposed to come over and look at this duct on the back of my house that connects the heat pump to the house, and it's gotten just nasty and rusted and gross and everything. Anyways, so they were supposed to come over Friday, and between 12 and 2, and they called me up and said, hey, we got to cancel. Can we possibly come by next week? And I said, all right, when? He said Wednesday. I said, what time? They said between 12 and 2. So it's getting close to 2. I've been hanging around, you know what I mean? And they called me up and said, yeah, he's running a little bit late. And I'm starting to get pissed off, and the wheels start going in my head. I'm thinking, you know what? I've hired you to do a job and you're late. That's just like me coming in an hour late to work, and I'm starting to get pissed off and everything. I'm paying you to cost me $99 just for him to come out and look at it. You know what I mean? And Then I had this period of just calm down. Just don't, you ain't doing nothing today anyway. It ain't no big deal. Finally, the guy gets over here. It's an hour late. He was cool as he could be. He was like, it's a bad day, you know, and we get to shooting the shit about this, that, and the other. And I was like, yeah, I made the right decision, you know, because I was thinking about giving them a load of shit, you know. And it just, you know, and I just had to think it out, you know, and calm down and don't go that road of being all pissed off. So anyway, that's my 2 cents.
Right. Well, that's good.
Sometimes it's good just to kind of start over again. You know what I mean? With your train of thought. So it was all good. He was a big bastard. He was a big bastard too, man. So I'm glad I didn't give him a load of shit. He was like 6'8", man. Yeah. No, you're good, man. You're good.
I know I got I'm always talking about Roseanne and stuff. I do have a clip of her talking about going to Mar-a-Lago and how they serve little hot dogs and stuff, but I don't know if anybody really cares to see it. I thought it was I think she's pretty funny.
Yeah, put it on.
I mean, why not, right? You'd think I had it like I could snap my fingers, but no. All right.
Times. One night in particular, you weren't responsive, and I was like, oh, I guess you went to bed early.
This part was funny to me because he's trying to tell a story and she stops him from it. That shit cracked me up. She's like, no, don't.
Turns out you went out with a bartender.
No.
Can't talk about that. It's not a date.
No.
Jeez, can't tell any good stories. Right. I thought that was cool. You made friends, though, in New York, right?
I did meet some lovely bartenders around New York because I'm very nosy and I like to go in everyone knows me. Nosy knows me. And so I like to go in a bar and then schmooze the bartender for the local gossip. And I'm hoping I know some of these folks, which I do. And I love to hear about when they're drinking. And a lot of them sound fun. I wouldn't mind having a drink with them. But some of them seem dark, you know. That'd be a cool movie to make about the New York actor.
Well, wasn't the SNL party there, the hotel you were staying at?
Oh, yeah, but I didn't go to it.
Yeah.
When I checked out, they go, how was the party? And I go, I didn't go to the party, but I was having my own party.
I just find it, well, whatever. SNL is just it used to be such a great franchise and so funny. You hosted it a few times.
Yeah.
It's just so sad now what it's reduced to, and I don't know. I'm glad you didn't go, to be honest.
Jim Brewer went and they cut him out of all the highlights of the show.
Of course they did.
You know, Goat Boy and all his characters.
Yeah.
Yeah, they cut that out.
I had a feeling. They don't like Brewer any more than they like you. You too. I'm surprised that you two were in New York during that time.
I wonder if they were mean to Rob Schneider. He was worried too.
Probably. I'm sure they were. It's a little club over there. But anyway, so
wow, how high school is that though?
Yeah, I know.
That's like the Mean Girls that Tina Fey didn't Tina Fey write Mean Girls?
Yeah.
That's really a brilliant comedy. I love that comedy.
It is. And that's kind of how they are. So anyway, back on track. So you went from New York. Now you're in Florida. You'll probably be coming home soon, I take it.
I went from freezing cold to hotter than hot, and I didn't bring any clothes for the hot place. I just have all wool.
Yeah, I know. We didn't know you were going to Florida when you back. But you were at Mar-a-Lago last night. Can we talk about that?
Oh, that was 2 nights ago.
Or 2 nights ago. Yeah. People want to hear what goes on in your life. You were in New York, the SNL 50, you didn't go, which I think is awesome. You stood up, you think but didn't go. And then you went to Mar-a-Lago.
No, but I saw this kid that used to, you know, back in the day, he rushed by me getting into the hotel, and I tapped on the door, and he turned around, and I go like this, and he goes like this. And I go, oh, he doesn't know it's me. He thinks I'm just a fan. So I open the door. I go, hey, it's me. It's Roseanne. He goes, yeah, I know.
A lovely bunch of people.
And, no, I didn't run into anybody else. I heard somebody said so-and-so was there and would like it if I would leave a note or something to him. But I just thought, why even risk the energy that, because, you know, they're so mean. They're mean, and they don't think anyone sees that they're mean either.
Yeah.
Dang, they're mean. You know, like, ugh.
No, they've always been mean. Remember when they wouldn't perform when Andrew Dice Clay was the host? Like a couple of actresses, Nora Dunn, I think, was one who refused to do it. And then there was another host, I can't remember, but they refused to show. Oh, Trump. They were all pissed off when Trump hosted. It's like it's a comedy sketch show that's supposed to be topical and sometimes.
Kanye pissed them off too. That's they got all over Kanye too.
I remember. Yeah, it's a gross thing. So anyway, I'm glad you didn't go. But tell me about Mar-a-Lago, because I heard you got to hang out with Mike Tyson, Russell Brand.
Oh,
yeah. People want to hear this shit.
And I saw Ted Nugent. And, God, I saw. Oh, the thrill of the night was Nicole. Nicole was there. She looked so gorgeous. and her husband was there, and Carrie Lake was there, and gosh, there was a million people I should recognize and remember their name, but I don't. As soon as I thought there was a table of hot dogs, I know how I am for hot dogs.
Yes.
And I was like, oh my God, they're having hot dogs? Are you kidding? I thought that was the classiest thing they ever could have done there at Mar-a-Lago.
Were they in
So
the
I wish my
fancy
way to the
scenes?
crowd. What?
Were they in the fancy serving dishes, the hot dogs?
Oh, they was on the cooking grill.
Yeah. All right.
Oh, they had just fresh grilled them. And they had real nice little mini buns, and they weren't long hot dogs. So you'd have to eat 3 of them, but I couldn't because I didn't want to look like a pig. So I ate 1. And they had nice mustard and the nice relish. But they didn't have any cut up white onions, I was going to suggest, but they didn't have any of that, which I think you need. That's just part of it.
This is so classic you. I asked you about Mar-a-Lago and Mike Tyson and Russell Brand and Nicole Shannon, all the cool people, and you're talking about the hot dogs and the mustard. Like, oh, I want to hear about the celebrities you hung out with.
Oh, okay. So,
Or talk about it's your show. I mean, if you think the hot dogs are more interesting than.
no, it was great. So, well, first,
I don't know. I think she's funny. There's another spot. There's a couple things she talked about. She goes on to talk this whole story about what she had to go through to get there and the metal detectors and all kind of stuff for real. But she's funny the whole time. The one time when she's talking and she says something about one guy, I asked him if I could smoke, and he's like, I'd rather if you didn't. And then this other guy shows up and he's like, oh, you can or whatever. And she's like, so there was no rule. I fucking laughed out loud so hard at that. She's so pissed off at the first guy. He didn't say she couldn't. He says, I'd rather you didn't. But her response is typical Roseanne. She's like saying, so there wasn't a rule. Sounds like me when I'm mad. But it is when people try to tell you can't do something just because they don't like it and act like it's a rule, basically, is what I think she was getting at. It was pretty funny. But anyway, are you still here, Yorga?
Yeah.
Okay. Well, I mean, there's like, yeah, I guess, I don't know. It's a couple more minutes about what I just ruined.
Did you ever watch Roseanne's TV show?
I never did.
The Nuts Farm or the show?
The show.
Yeah. I definitely watched the show. Yeah, I loved that show when I was a kid. It was so realistic, you know. But if you guys are down for it, I could do a couple more minutes of it. It's pretty. The name of this one, her podcast, is Cash Me Outside. Kash, like Kash Patel. She actually does talk about him, not in this part. I don't think, but it is still pretty funny what she says. A couple things. Like I said, I'm not going to play the whole thing or anything, but it was pretty funny. A lot of parts. No, just a couple more minutes for this one. Oh, here I go again.
I don't know where I'm going. The red lips. Put my hair in braids, which I realized wasn't a good idea. But anyway, got in the car. Okay, they take me over there. I don't know where I'm going. You say get in the car, right?
Mm-hmm. Well, I was coordinating from here, but I didn't know what the fuck.
I didn't know where the hell. He don't know where the hell. He pulls up in the parking lot, roll down the window, and he goes, who are you? The guy don't even know who I am. Because I don't know who she is.
By the way, it's just going to leave this out. The car was sent through Mar-a-Lago because there's a normal shuttle process. So they said, we don't want your mother to have to go through this shuttle process with the plebeians. We'll get her own car. So this was a whole thing we had to defer. We had to do it earlier. That's why she's rushing. Gets to the car. The guy has no fucking idea who she is or where she's going. This is from them. Or at least someone organized it.
3 guys with bones on their heads comes over, and one sticks his head in there, and he's got an accent like I don't know, another country. He's sort of, I don't know what he is, but he's, like kind of, he could be Japanese or something. I don't know. But he just looks at me like, I go, I'm Roseanne Barr. Look on your list there. You just have my name on your list. So he looks down. He can't find my name on the list. He goes, do you have any identification? Sure, I do. Here you go. And he looks, makes 400 calls and comes back. We don't have to know who you are and this and that. And I go, oh, God. And then my driver don't know who I am either. I go, well, I'll tell you what. Let me text the lady who told me to come here. And do you mind if I get out and smoke a cigarette there? And this guy, I can tell the other guy, he's a 5'2" Jewish guy from New York.
Which is SS?
Yeah, the security guy. And he goes, I'd rather you didn't, ma'am. I go, okay, excuse me. So then another 4 guys come, and that guy goes, they're sending a shuttle for you. I go, oh, that's fabulous. do you mind if I smoke a cigarette? He goes, no, ma'am, be my guest. So there wasn't no rule on it. The guy was probably thinking that he's one of those fucking, what do they call them, where the global warming. So it's just giving his own. I'd rather you didn't, because he's like, this is my planet too.
Oh, yes. Oh,
Global
gross.
warmer, you know.
Global warmer. Okay, so continue. Sorry, I love that. I'm stealing that. Calling people global warmers now.
So I don't even know where I am by now. Where am I in this story?
They let you smoke. Shuttle's on the way. They have no idea who you are.
Oh yeah, so the guy comes and picks me up. Shuttle guy, young kid, looks like a surfer from Florida. There, takes me in. We go around and we pass a gold Rolls Royce. I'm like, holy shit, we must be getting to someplace good.
Mhm.
You know, so we get in there and he pulls over there into the bushes where they always drop me. He goes, go around the corner there. And I go, what do I do when I get around the corner? He goes, you go through a metal detector. Well, I've already been wanded down twice.
Jeez.
I don't know. There's just something about her that cracks me up. Like that whole smoke thing cracks me up because I totally get what she's saying. Well, there was no rule. This motherfucker. She's pissed about it.
Yeah, people get real funky about that whole smoking thing, man. It's goofy, man. Me and my daughter came over the other night. We were talking, and just about how she had to explain to her daughter that in all these old movies and stuff, people are always smoking, and I was like, yeah, you can smoke on airplanes, man. I mean, shit, people smoked everywhere. Now it's like, oh my God. What are you doing?
And it's like, it's crazy because it used to be, I got another clip I'll play in a minute and it's pretty good. She goes on about Mar-a-Lago a little bit, but, it used to be everybody smoked everywhere you went, everywhere you looked, and it was the cool thing to do, and it was not a big deal. And now it's like if you smoke, it's totally different. I say that as I didn't quit because of that, but I did quit a couple years back, but not because of that. But even when I smoked, it was like, oh, you're like not even, you're like worse than you're not even a citizen if you smoke a cigarette. And it's like, because so many people quit, and like the younger generation all vapes. So it's like, I don't know. I just never thought I'd see the day. It was never like a thought that it was a big deal if you were a smoker, because most people were smokers. But it does seem like a lot of people have quit, and it's now people just vape if they do smoke. A lot of people.
It used to be promoted, actually. That's like all the movies, everybody smoked, and it was kind of like romanticized,
Mm-hmm.
And so, but then all of a sudden everybody started changing. And
I don't even think they thought about it that much because, when I was a kid, you could watch Johnny Carson and everybody was smoking.
I think it's like everything, Orga, that it's like, there was a big campaign like on formula versus breast milk. And it was the commercials, even they dressed women up as nurses promoting formula, saying breast milk formula is better than breast milk for the child, which that's totally not true. So it was a marketing ploy, And the same thing with cigarettes. They knew what they were doing. They wanted to sell cigarettes,
Yeah, and it worked.
Yeah, shit. Half the people in my neighborhood growing up worked for Philip Morris. It's right down the road. I'm in cigarette land, really.
Or grew tobacco.
Yeah, oh yeah, lots of that.
Yeah, I was so bad if you're outside, you used to be able to smoke. I agree with that so much though, but they will always try to like have a smoking area, even outside. It's like, on this area of the air, you need to not smoke, but in these little area, you can smoke. And it's just kind of like I'll be honest, I never paid. I'd smoke all the way up to the door, put it out right before I go in, like, I guess, I don't know, but that's totally how they do. Yeah, no smoke in the bars, no smoke in the bowling alleys used to be all smoke.
And we used to have smoking areas in high school.
Yeah.
I mean,
I was like, I can't imagine that. I really can't, but I did just barely miss it. They always would talk about, they used to smoke in this lobby. I'd be like, no way. But
it was actually, I did not even start smoking until after I graduated high school. But all my friends were in the smoking area, so I was going to go, in between every class, just because they were there. But even back then, to me, it seemed weird. It's like, isn't this illegal? I think, I think we still we're supposed to be 18 before you could smoke, and there's, some kids, just starting high school were 14. Yeah.
Yep, I definitely missed that, but I remember this because I still smoked. I think the very first time that COVID was a thing, the first year of it, I was still a smoker, and I remember, I don't know, I can't remember. There was actual statistics about people that smoked. I don't know about you could still get COVID, but you wouldn't get it as bad or something like this.
Oh, wow.
And there were actual studies. I swear it was a thing. Because then I quit smoking, and then I was like, okay, so am I gonna still get over COVID easily, or was because I really believed it helped.
It might be the nicotine. I mean, nicotine is not bad for you. It's the other things that are in there, the tar and stuff.
I do
But-
think it was the nicotine, actually.
Yeah, there's so many things where, and a lot of people blame Rockefellers because of like the petroleum industry, and then it went into chemicals and all these different things, and those artificial things are what's really making us sick. We got away from organic and natural cures and all that natural stuff.
Man, I worked in a factory around so many crazy chemicals for 35 years that I think I got self-embalmed there or something, man. There ain't no telling, man. Stuff I was exposed to, but a lot of sulfuric acid, caustic, some other things I can't name. Yeah, it was crazy.
Man, I remember candy cigarettes too. I mean, like that right there. Get them while they're young, like
Right.
that's crazy. But and who could tell you any different?
When we first started playing around with cigarettes, when I was not even a teenager, they were 35 cents a pack. A quarter and a dime. That's all you had to have.
I remember $2. I hate to admit it, but I do. I remember $2. You could probably tell people's ages by what they paid for cigarettes when they were young.
I remember a quarter a pack.
Man,
They were 50 a quarter a pack. Wow. They were 50 cents for a long time.
Yeah. But as time went, they just kept going up and up and up. I remember saying to myself, when they hit $1, I'm quitting.
Right.
And then it was like, well, when they hit $1.50, I'm quitting. And they were up to almost $5 a pack when I quit.
I think they're like 7 something now.
that's crazy.
I went to Atlantic City. I'd never been there before, but I went there in 2006, and I couldn't believe cigarettes were $10 a pack. It's been 11 years ago. No, 9. No, more than that. Whatever. I can't do the math. 9 years ago. Yes. Is that right?
Times have changed.
Yeah, for sure. Well, you can always get tobacco and roll your own. I know that saves a lot of money. I remember doing that
Yeah,
sometimes.
I could do that.
You say you can't do it?
No, I said a lot of people do that.
Right.
No, I could do it. Never tried it.
I remember this is so stupid. I remember running out of cigarettes, having papers, because and then like trying to put a cigarette together out of the, pouring out the tobacco out of the cigarette butts and rolling up another cigarette. I totally did that. Oh, what do you got, Navy vet? Jim, if you get this message, get ready. You're going to jail unless you give up someone bigger and deeper in this than even you, Jim. You know exactly who I'm talking about. General Flynn to James Comey. Okay, so it is getting interesting. Brian Craig covered it. He lives in Florida. He kept calling it MAGA Christmas, MAGA Christmas. and he was saying if they're going after him first, they've got him. Both of them going after this guy, picking him as their first, that they've got him. Yorga got them left-handers. What does that mean?
Left-handed cigarettes, a joint.
Oh, okay, yeah. Well, I'm sure that's why I have my papers, but I did a pretty good job. It would always be, for some reason, it would always be so much stronger, probably because the filter would be a little different or something. But I totally remember doing that. Like, I haven't, that's the one thing I don't miss. It's like wanting, the something else taking over your day. Like, you have to do this thing. God, that pisses me off. And I did it for your.
They'll taste nasty. They'll taste nasty too because of when you smoke a cigarette, all that smoke comes through the whole cigarette, and then the tobacco that's left near the butt is kind of nasty because it's just like a cigar. Once it gets down so far, it starts tasting like crap because all that tobacco. Am I making any sense? All that tobacco's already had all the other smoke coming through it. So
kind of like the resin. Like when
yeah.
when you smoke a doobie, how the roach has got all the potent stuff.
SM knows about Brian Craig. Yeah, he's crazy about Trump, but he does cover the news too. But that's where I was so confused, Yorga, because you're saying tomorrow, which I'm super excited. I don't know anybody that wasn't here when Yorga said he heard from, who was it? The press secretary, or no, Pam Bondi, who said was coming out tomorrow. Well, see, I heard from Brian Craig noon Eastern on Saturday. So yours is sooner. But what I'm thinking is maybe like you said, there's videos, there's lists, there's names, there's so many different, maybe one thing's coming out tomorrow, another thing's coming out noon Saturday. I don't know.
Well, we're supposed to get some tomorrow, but I'm not getting my hopes up. It's going to be a whole lot. It should be some, but like I said, you're not going to see Bill Clinton on that list. He's going to get out of it one way or another.
Might be all the people that's already dead, passed away.
Yeah, there's a lot of them.
I mean, it's interesting because we're further than we've been before. Of course they will. That's what I think is going on, y'all. Okay. What was it? 2-3 days ago? She's like, oh, it's on my desk. The one that I played tonight. That was a couple days old now. Like, what are they doing right now? They're back here like, hey, how much money can you? They're trying to get us out of debt by making people pay their names off the list.
That's possible.
I hate that is possible because, I mean, I don't know. Just because it's still, I don't know. If they use the money for our debt, I guess so. I don't know. If they're still in power, maybe not, though. They should at least have to look at Jerry. I hope you're right, man. Bondi told Waters that flight logs and names. Interesting. So that's for tomorrow, you think?
Yes.
Oh, this shit's getting deep, y'all. What's tomorrow? Thursday? Who's going live tomorrow? Like, I hope somebody does and covers any new news. Trump said there were innocent people on the list. Interesting. That's what I just don't know, man. I just don't know none of it, man. It's exciting. It's not our debt, it's theirs, Miss Mendersu. Yeah, there you go. Well, we're about to looked up or locked up. I'm sure that was locked up. Yeah. Yeah, for sure. They said that's what she's doing. That's what Yorga, the one that he said. I wish I had a clip of that, to be honest, because I haven't even seen it.
I think it was Benny Johnson again, but it wasn't the one I posted on Facebook. It was another one I saw.
Well, it's pretty exciting. And the thing is, how how many people said it's not going to happen? And here's the thing. They may do this and redact all the big names, which is bullshit because it is what it is. If their name's on there, their name's on there.
I agree.
Point. They don't want it re-released because they don't want him to have his name cleared. But even still, it's just people said it wouldn't happen. It's impossible. It won't happen. It's just against everything. So I'm just curious. Interesting. I'm just curious what's going to happen if it does come out. Even if there are a lot of names redacted, the fact that it came out is more than most people would even give you. Like, that's never going to happen. Well, I feel like it's happening. But she wants to make sure none of the victims are exposed. She said because there is that. Yeah, there's people that are so drugged up out of their mind, that don't know what they're doing. They can't honestly consent. But then imagine that. That's probably going to get some people out of, because they don't want, I don't think they could release it if they've got one innocent person and one guilty person.
Well, they're
Yeah.
separating the victims from the criminals.
Well, I guess that makes sense.
To me, regardless of what's going on, what gets put out, so on and so forth, I don't care, because it's like, I just hope there's a better tomorrow for my grandchildren and your grandchildren in the future, you know. However
All
that,
we can hope for.
however that happens, we might be disappointed, but if that happens, that's all that matters to me,
Mhm. Yeah, for sure. We're praying for you, Bonnie. All of us are. It is really awesome to, have each other when somebody goes through something, you have people to talk to, be there for you and know you and everything. Sorry, how many times were they on the flight log matters, in my opinion. Yeah, I agree. There's a lot to look at, I guess.
I mean, you think about it, it would, if you didn't know the guy was a creep, let's just say, and you were a person of power and somebody offers you this plane ride over this luxurious island or whatever, a person might, do it and go and then go, no, this ain't for me. And then, get out of there and their name's going to be on that list. It's just like they just said, whoever just said that, Sissy K said that. I mean, and then you find somebody that's been 30 times, he's probably guilty.
Well, and two, that's like I seen a documentary on like Elvis Presley's airplane, and these people with this big money, and they have these airlines and stuff, they actually lease their planes out.
Right.
Because you don't want to have a multi-million or trillion-dollar aircraft just sitting,
Yeah.
You want to make money. So we don't know what's really, if that's included on the flight log, just people basically renting out his plane,
I don't know. I know that one of Elvis's planes is sitting somewhere right now. One guy was thinking about buying it, but it's you can't fly it. But you can go through it, and I swear it looks like it's real gaudy. It's all like nasty looking plush 70s decor. Yeah, looks horrible. Like
That is a
crushed
good
velvet.
life about the distraction, but I hope that's not all it is. Sorry, go ahead, Yorga. I'm just saying, he says he thinks it's all a distraction. Well, whenever that list gets released, we should try to comb for other news at the exact time, like that whole day, right? If it's tomorrow, we should look all other places, see what other news is being swept under, because that's a good point. They have all the time in the world to release this list. They could pick any day, time, whatever. When they pick it, we should really, really look around. You know what I mean?
Well, there's a lot of stuff that's not being talked about. That's like I mentioned earlier, Operation Olympic Games. And what that is the United States and Israel were in a joint adventure on developing what in the internet, like a worm or a virus. And they were working on it, but Israel changed it and actually deployed it on Iran nuclear facility. So this actually opened up the Pandora's box, because once somebody does that and weaponizes it, now that's not to stop anybody else.
Once they find what and weaponize it?
They took what, how you have packets of information in the internet and stuff. They actually weaponized it to, like Iran was making a nuclear uranium processing, and they actually deployed that technology to sabotage their facility. It could have actually, if they did that, then you know, what's to stop anybody else in the world? And I think that's why we see planes crashing into stuff, and the Suez Canal boat and the boat that hit the bridge, and because you can put this worm, I guess is what they call it, into a structured internet network, and it can actually do different things, whatever you program it to do, you know. And then it is on a time schedule to where, say they put it into shipping, it's in there, it does its damage, and then after so many days, it deletes itself. So you never even know it was there. Yeah, it's a big thing. Like I said, if you get a chance, just look up Operation Olympic Games. And
Well, I have to write down because I forget and I don't rewatch these. So let me see. Operation Olympic Games.
yeah,
I've heard a lot of them, but that's not one I remember anyway. Like, Blue Beam, that never happened. Not yet, anyway.
but this is all like, you know, and I think they kind of keep it hush hush because, you know, we were actually a part of it, or at least our government or intel agencies were actually a part of that. And, you know, they don't want that bad reputation.
Yeah. But I don't know. I just really have, I swear, I keep hearing a chirp. Yorga, what is your picture?
That's Count Yorga.
Okay, I didn't know there was an actual, what is that, like a certain vampire or something? How do I know?
Yeah, he's like the worst vampire there is. And they made 2 movies about it. It's so crummy. I said, I got to take that name.
Right. Well, I got a couple more minutes of Roseanne if y'all want to watch a little bit of that.
Okay.
I mean, I think that some of it with the there's several different clips of the Mar-a-Lago stuff. But it's just like it's just like us in a conversation. You pop off into different places all the time, you know, get sidetracked. Oh, shoot.
They don't, you got to be careful. But anyway, so I go around the bush, and what is it? Another metal detector.
This is just her trying to get in. Still, with the people that didn't know her, it is kind of funny.
So I get my coat and my purse, and you know, go through it, and then I go, okay, now what do I do? Well, ma'am, the show doesn't start for 2 hours, and we're not seating anyone in the big hall. I go, no, I'm not here for the big hall. I'm here for the press thing.
Yeah.
With Mike Tyson and them. Oh, well, ma'am, then you're going to have to go out through the metal detector and then walk in my new shoes, which were so painful. And then go ahead and walk halfway down the slanted driveway, and then go left, and then turn to your right, and someone will meet you in the foliage. So that guy, Rick, or whatever his name is, he appears out of nowhere, and they take me in, and of course, you got to get wanded a few more times, you know, in there, and to go in there. And so I go around to my seat, and then I just go over. Oh, no, this was when we was first getting, after we went through the one X-ray detector and got wanded 3 times, and then went through another detection machine. Then we had to go out by the pool and go through another one. We had to be in a line. And that was a line where I was just behind Mike.
Right.
And, you know, I saw our friend Baldy that was on our show.
Which one?
You know, our favorite Baldy. The one that's going to sue everybody.
Baldy that's going to sue everybody.
Yeah, that we love.
Is it a lawyer? We've done like 80 shows.
I came in with Lara.
Oh, Ivan. Rachel. No, of course he was there. Fucking guy.
And it was great. Yeah. And so that was awesome. We made a video, and then I turned around. I have to say hi to Mike. Get lost. So then I just said, hi, Mike. It's Roseanne. And we just had a great reunion. It was very sweet. And I just love Mike so much. And finally, you know, got to introduce myself to Kiki because I always waved at her as she was leaving. I didn't want to rush her. But he was able to talk and meet better. And her mom, who I just love. And, you know, what a great, you know, he's in a great place. And then Russell Brand was there. And so that was a nice convo.
Did you talk to him?
Yeah. he said he enjoyed when I came on the show, and he laughed so much. And this,
Yeah, tell him to come on this show. I
said, Russell, now that you're a Christian and a dad, you better try buttoning up a couple more buttons on that shirt, honey. And then Mike really laughed. And then Ted Nugent and his wife, I met them, and their kids. Their kids really forced the booze down my throat. You know, his kid, I forgot, is Greg Sipes' friend.
That's right. Yeah.
And so he came up, and he's like, I'm Greg Sipes' friend. And I'm like, oh my God, yeah, we were going to get connected or something. And I had to leave Texas. But yeah, and he talks just like Greg Sipes.
Oh God, there can't be two of them on the same
It's
plane.
the universal energy, which is, I loved it though.
It's fine for about 15 minutes. For those who don't know Greg Sipes, check out the old Roseanne Nut show. Or one of our reality shows we did together. He was a guest.
Remember Greg's song? We have to have Greg on here because his song was so genius. Why must we eat the animals? Oh, why?
He's a global warmer, I think. I'm sure. But anyway, so this is just something I want to point out because it's like you're in New York for the SNL 50, right? Where like the cool people are, and you don't even care. And then you go to Mar-a-Lago where like the weird people are, and it's true, they're infinitely cooler. Russell Brand, Mike Tyson, Ted Nugent, Roseanne Barr.
Ted Nugent gave a free concert too. He played just his guitar.
Yeah, he's the
and
dude.
it blew everybody's mind, and his kids were so cool, and his wife, and you know, all their wives and such, and his one son that he gave up for adoption. We talked because I said I had a daughter like that. And,
yeah.
You know, if we had a lot to talk about, and they kept on bringing the Chardonnay. And man, at the end when Trump came out to intro Ted Nugent, just after that, Trump came out and they was playing YMCA, so everybody started dancing to it, including Trump and Ted. And I was like, damn, I'm going up there. I was so drunk that I was trotting the garden there by the stairs. I was trotting through the gardens to try to hop the fence in those horrible shoes that hurt so bad. I kicked them off and was going to climb the fence to run up on stage to do the YMCA. That's when I go, nope, this time I'm just going to go home.
Good.
And that's what I did.
Did Trump see you?
I want to make a fool out of myself this time.
Well, that's good because I'm always worried about that when you're having too much fun. Although I like you to have fun. But did Trump see you trancing through the garden, the rest of the stage?
No, he was way back.
Okay, good. Well, let's hope there's no security.
I think Carrie saw me, but she'll be quiet. Yeah, she'll
They know when Roseanne Barr shows up at Mar-a-Lago that you're a wild card. You're like in Sunny in Philadelphia. You're the wild card. Everyone knows Roseanne's there.
I met a genius. I met the guy who did Kanye's shoe line and worked with Kanye for years, and I can't remember his name, but he knows who he is.
Let's
and
see
I
what
will
you
find it. Well, he's a genius in the foot thing because they say he's the father of the dad shoe. Kanye got famous on the dad shoe, so they had collaborated through all Kanye's designs. But Stephen Smith, I think his name. But I loved him. He was lovely, and he was in, with Nugent family, and he was bringing me wine. And I had 4 glasses of wine, which my limit is 2.
Well, it's really 1/2 glass, to be honest, is what yours.
Not if I've had a hot dog or 2.
Your limit is different than my limit for you, just to be clear. But yeah, you can't drink too much. I
remember that one time. Were you with me? I think it was Buck and Jenny. We went to that party at Russell. What's his name? Canadian.
Yeah. I know. Russell Peters.
Yeah, Russell Peters' house.
Yeah.
And he was a DJ, and I was really dancing up a storm there with all the youngsters. And some guy goes up to Jenny and goes, I feel kind of bad for you that you've had to see this your whole life.
No,
So Jenny came up and goes, Mother, we've got to leave.
See,
You're making a fool of yourself.
Well,
Of course I am. I live to make a fool of myself.
I've never seen you make a fool of yourself, but last time we were at Mar-a-Lago, you and I both drank a little too much, and I do know we were right on that line of making fools because security. You always thought, the security came and asked you to sit specifically, not me. I was holding it together a little better, but you did get told to sit down a few times.
I know.
And you were dancing when everyone else was sitting.
I know.
And eating, including the president. But that's how I look at it. Everyone's like, if anyone ever said you got to get your mom under, fuck you, no. My mom's the party. This is Mar-a-Lago. If you're all going to sit there and just be uptight, then you're no better than the people we hate. You should be able to get fucked up at Mar-a-Lago and have fun. That's what we're about.
No, I find out they do, but they like to eat their dinner first. Which I understand. Old people, they've got to digest before they let it loose.
Well,
I was a full 3 decades younger than any of the people over there.
Well, it is pretty cool, again, that you were, I just want to point out, SNL, New York, Manhattan.
Oh, my God. There is no partying people like us down here. And
that's what I'm saying. We're
I don't
cooler.
think they're on drugs. I think they're just, liking to have a drink or two.
Absolutely.
Or 4 or 5 or 6. But I don't know if they're on drugs. I mean, I wish they were on drugs, but I don't think they are down here. Hi.
Oh my gosh, she's so funny. I wish they were on drugs. They like to get screwed up. They just like to eat first. Like, I don't know. I think she's just funny. I think that it's kind of funny. Like she's just doing her own thing. They screwed her, you know. They ruined her, sort of. I mean, they ruined her for regular TV, but she can do whatever she wants on YouTube, and probably even, you know, if somebody wanted to do anything, a show. I think she's supposed to be doing something. That'd be so cool if she'd do another show or something. I like, you know, not maybe Roseanne because they kind of took that over for her, which is crazy. How they take a show over with your name based off your children, and she had creative control, and they just took her show and made it the Connors. Kicked her off her own damn show. Pretty crazy.
That's freaking bizarre, man.
Yeah, they did her wrong. People need to get chickens. The slaughter is in the plants. First chicken test positive, and they take them all out. I get some eggs. I don't have enough to really. I probably will get to the point where I have enough to sell, but I just have just enough to eat, which is good enough for me.
How many chickens do you have?
Well, like 7 or something like that.
Wow.
Bizarre. Yeah. I don't like the idea of having to kill them, but like there is a certain amount of harmony where the men to women ratio, and if you know, if there's just too many boys, you have to get rid of them. I feel like, okay, a total of 10. Can't count, I guess, because yeah, there's new ones like that. Actually, I had never in my life, Yorga, these little eggs in an incubator before I watched these, at least one of them pecking its way out of that egg. Now there's something, you know.
Yeah.
Good night, Be Charming. I never thought in a million years I'd ever see something like that, but it's not like I have a whole farm. I just have the one.
We had chickens. They were like pets. That's like I used to split wood for my wood stove out in the garage. And like once in a while you get a piece with a bunch of ants in it. And I'd shut the splitter off and they'd come running because they knew I found a piece with ants in it.
I like chickens. I've never had any. Kind of, sort of didn't ever have any. But it's been about, probably about 6 years ago. I started noticing these chickens in my yard. It was 4 of them, man, and they were cool. I was like, shoot, yeah, I didn't know where they came from. And night they'd go away, and the next day they'd be back, and they're picking, I guess, worms and stuff out of the yard, scratching everything up and whatnot. But still, I liked them. My cat didn't know what to do with them because it was a bird that was like bigger than him. So he was like, he watched them and everything, but he never would try to attack them. So come find out, the people across the street, they were theirs, and they were just coming over to my yard, And I told them, I said, I don't care, man. They can come over here anytime they want. And then 2 of them got murdered one night. It was all of a sudden it was just 2 in my yard. And I asked the boy across the street, and he said, yeah. He said something came in, killed 2 of them last night, and whatever it was, just it bit their heads off and left them. It wasn't like something that was coming to eat a chicken. It was something that just murdered them. So we kind of looked that up, and they say owls will do that, and I think weasels will do that, but I don't think we have any weasels around here. So
Coons will drag them off, and you'll never see them again.
What will?
Coon.
Yeah, but they left the body. I mean, they just beheaded them and left them laying there.
Yeah, coon would have took the whole thing and drug it.
Oh, yeah. Shoot, a dog would eat a chicken, I've seen that before. I came home from work one day. It's been years ago, back when I was married. And there was all these cops on the street in my neighborhood, and I mean, they had the street blocked up. So I got out and walked up. I'm like, man, what the hell's going on? And it was this guy in their neighborhood that had a big old chicken coop, but he didn't just raise chickens. He had like carrier pigeons and stuff like that in there. But what happened was these 2 dogs got in the pen, and they ate so much chicken that they just went out into the middle of the road and like passed out. And that's what was holding up all the traffic, were these 2 dogs that were laying out there that ate all these chickens, man.
Yeah, we had a little banny rooster, and he was like a pet. I mean, he'd see me coming, my car, when I come home from work. He'd come running to the car. He'd be waiting for me to pet him. And if I just stand there and just look at him, he'll fly up on my shoulder.
Oh, cool.
Because he wanted to be petted. And he'd play with the kids. My daughter, she was like maybe 4 or 5. Her and the neighbor girl would sit there and wiggle their toes. And when they did that, he knew they wanted to play. And then he'd chase them all around the yard and up over the neighbor's yard.
Yeah, one of the ones that got killed over here was one of those little band of chickens. I liked him a lot, man. He was mostly white. I can't remember. I think his head was kind of black, but he strutted around his yard. I named him Mick Jagger because he looked like Mick Jagger. Yeah, he was cool as hell, but he was smaller than the hens.
Right.
Right. Well, that's about equal the same kind of name as Mr. T for a black chicken. It has a lot of gold on him.
Oh yeah, he's got bling.
And gold, the color of the feathers is like black and gold. I didn't name them, somebody else did. I couldn't argue. You just need a name so that you know which one you're talking about, you know. You don't want to get too attached, but you gotta be able to say which one's what, you know.
Yeah. When you go to, and I don't know this, when you go to kill them, is there a difference between a rooster and a hen? I know the hens are good, but are the roosters worth a damn to eat or what?
I didn't eat it, and I'm not good. I couldn't kill it either. I don't know how. I pity the fowl, the fool.
I pity the fowl.
My favorite ended up is a white rooster with black spots, and I just thought white and black in Madagascar. I think it's the zebra. Somebody's named Marty, and I think it's the zebra. I think Chris Rock plays it, and that's how I just had to give them all names. That ended up being my favorite is Marty. He's he's white and black. That's Marty. It's such a weird way to come about it, but he just, you know, and then anyways, never mind. I'm not gonna. Yeah, Mr. T's up for the slaughter. There's too many boys versus girls, you know. It's crazy. I just don't want them to feel harassed, you know, the girls. Yep, that's what happened. I couldn't do it. I couldn't eat it. I mean, if I was starving to death, I'm sure I could, but I wasn't starving to death, you know.
Yeah.
I ate eggs.
Yeah, I don't like killing anything really, you know.
Yeah,
I never was like a big hunter. Now, when it comes to fish, I will murder a fish. You know, and I don't even like that much, but I'll kill fish and clean fish and eat them, you know. But
oh my gosh,
what?
Sorry, you gave me a flashback. Go ahead.
Nothing. I was done.
My freaking granddaughter with these little fish, okay, like little wiggly tail fish in this little net, and so she has one of these fish, but she also has DJ's hammer. Like plastic hammer. And so here's this bit. I almost recorded it. I just couldn't bring myself to do it. She was beating the poor little plastic fish up with a hammer. I don't know. There was something so funny about that. I mean, just watching her do it because she didn't know what she was doing. But you're talking about murdering a fish. She if that fish was real, it'd have been murdered. She was beating it with this hammer. But the two toys, I mean, obviously don't go together. But yeah, I would if I'd eat it, and I wouldn't want to kill it, but I guess I would if I was starving.
Yeah, I don't eat. Yeah, I don't like killing anything, but you know, you ever seen in the old cartoons where like a cat will get into a trash can and then he pulls out a fish, and the fish is always like you can see the head, but you can see the whole skeleton too.
Yeah.
That shit's real. That shit is real. And I'll tell you what, I was fishing one day down on the creek and just by myself. And this cat comes up and is hanging out with me, you know, and I'm a cat person. So I don't know whose cat it was, but he was hanging around with me and stuff. And I caught this little brim. Actually, it was a decent sized brim. And looked at the cat and I just threw the brim over on the bank towards the cat, you know. He gets to playing with it and doing his thing, you know, and I go back to fishing and forget about him, you know, we're not paying attention. And I don't know how long it took, but after a while, I I guess I was getting my stuff up and everything and was walking back. And that cat had ate that whole fish. And it was just like in the cartoons. It was a head and a perfect skeleton. Man, he cleaned that thing. I don't know what they do with the scales. I don't guess they eat that. I don't know. Do they eat them? But yeah, it was just like in the cartoons. I couldn't believe it.
Yeah, I wouldn't want to see that.
Oh no, it was okay.
Right. Well, I don't know. I got a couple more minutes of Roseanne for y'all. Why not? Are you still here, John?
Yeah, I've just been listening.
Yeah, we're all over the place.
Yeah, the only fish story I had was I took my kids when they were small fishing with me, and I caught a fairly good sized bass, and they were kind of like in shock, and they were like, "Wow, can we pet it?" They wanted to pet the fish. I'm like, "Yeah, sure."
Pet a fish. Okay, let me make sure I put the volume up. I know I'm not muted because y'all hear me now, so here we go.
Saying how cool is it that where we are in the golden age right now, that fucking Mar-a-Lago with Ted Nugent is a cooler party than SNL 50 in Manhattan. You wouldn't have believed me 15 years ago. I told you that, even 5 years ago. But it's verifiable fact now. The New York
Well, you
Main
should
Street.
be a party anywhere with Mike Tyson there.
Yes.
There don't need to be anybody else at that party.
I agree.
You know, he just had, he had real heartfelt words that were really, really nice to listen to. Russell was brilliant, saying a whole bunch of, as my dad would say, $4 words with a accent, which I barely understand a word he says.
Is that your grand impression?
Yeah, I told him that.
Can you do it again? That's perfect. He is very, very, very intelligent. I love him. So anyway, okay.
I love him.
So you're having a good trip. So USA ID. But we haven't talked about the big news of the day.
What? Oh,
Cash Patel confirmed. Cash.
I knew they had to give it. They can't do nothing. They have no power.
It's true. And Mitch McConnell announced his retirement today. Did you see
What,
that?
is he going tomorrow?
No, he's just not going to run for re-election. So
Oh, that's a shock.
He won't. He's not going to make it, and not as a threat. I mean, he's not going to make it. He freezes. He's too old. He's not.
Why don't his wife want to come home and rest?
I don't know, but apparently, check this out. This is what's weird about the day. So McConnell voted no for Tulsi. He voted no for Hegseth, and I think he voted no for. I'm pretty sure. But surprisingly, he voted yes for Cash today when he said he wasn't gonna. So he announced his retirement and voted for Cash. So I've been forming a little conspiracy theory because I have.
What do you think?
Well, okay. This isn't going to be popular with our crowd. The USA ID audit fraud that we're catching is primarily Democrats, but there are a lot of Republicans. There are a lot of rhinos in it too. It's not just Democrats. Republicans are on the take too. We've said it all the time. You and I talk about Mitch McConnell and Lindsey Graham as being on it. So I think McConnell knows he couldn't stop Trump. He couldn't stop it. He announced his retirement. He knows that he's on the take like everyone else in USA ID getting kickbacks. So I think he just is like, fuck it. I'm done. I'm just going to let it happen. I'm going to stand back. I'm going to let us all go down. I'm not going to try to stop it anymore because I'm not going to be able to. And
I'll be dead. I won't be here.
Yeah, and that's the thing. So you ever see like the end of an action movie when like the hero dies and you see that last second when they know they're going to die, like Butch and Sundance? I think that's what it was for McConnell today. Like, okay, you know what? I can't stop it. I'm just gonna let it happen because with Cash getting confirmed, what this means is this is the best. This is better than RFK or Tulsi or even Trump winning. Just to be clear, in my opinion, the Cash confirmation is the most important.
Oh, of all, yeah. For sure.
Of all, and this one I didn't think was going to happen because for those of you who don't know, Cash has been on the show. Cash was the one with Devin Nunes.
Everything. He is key even to the election.
Absolutely, but he caught Russiagate.
I know, but he always made it understandable for Americans. They could understand his vernacular.
Well, not just that. He was part of Trump's first administration. He went down when they went after General Flynn. They went after him too. Yeah. He was the one that exposed Russiagate. So what they've done is they got exposed 4 or 5 years ago by Cash and crew. And they have done everything using USA ID. So we see a lot of the money was going back to that kind of shit to stop this from happening. They took
they used US. They manufactured Russia with it.
Mm-hmm.
Right?
Yes.
That is unbelievable.
Yeah, they get into it on here. That's her son, one of them, and I don't know. I hate to say it because I love Roseanne, but in a sense, it does have Handler vibes because so many times she'll say, "What was my train of thought? Where was I at?" And he'll pick it right back up for her. But in all honesty, I feel like he's looking out for her.
Yeah,
he just knows what she's thinking, and they are cool together. But yeah, they go all down all kinds of conspiracy things. I mean, they're not really conspiracies, a lot of it. A lot of the stuff we talk about. Except she can speak more on Hollywood because she was actually there, you know, in a different kind of way. But
Yeah, when it comes to politics and all that, there's so much going on behind closed doors.
what's up, Virginia?
We'll probably never have it all revealed to us.
Hey, Virginia.
I hope you weren't back there long. Whenever I'm playing stuff, I can't see this screen. I know there's a way to. I just haven't figured it out. I'm gonna be over there, so I hope you weren't there long. Waiting.
I was kind of in limbo right when I came in. Were you talking about the end of Roseanne, that clip right there?
Yeah, I think so. Well, her son. Yeah, that guy that's interviewing is actually her son.
Right.
And I said he's kind of gives off Handler vibes a little bit, but I think it's in a good way. I think he's just looking out for her.
Oh, that's interesting. Handler vibes, because I always noticed, like what you were saying, that they seem to get along really well, and he gets her. But Handler vibes, that's interesting. That's an interesting possibility. Yeah. Keep her in line.
He could be trying to keep her out of trouble.
Yes.
Right. He definitely keeps her on track, and she looks to him, and I can relate to that. If somebody can keep my train of thought for me, and I could say, hey, what was it? And they know, man, I'm looking to them every time. But yeah, he seems to always be there. My God, Cheryl. But yeah, I think it's funny. It's like listening to her talk about what happened at Mar-a-Lago. It's like it's kind of like getting to hear what's going on from one of, and I don't know, like the fact that they said they had to tell her to sit down. It's pretty funny. She's like, I decided to leave this time before I rushed the stage to YMCA. Good job. It only took till she was so old. That's gonna, I mean, I'm surprised she still didn't try to get up there and do it, knowing how her personality is.
So is her son there like the same age as DJ would have been on the original show?
I feel like she did kind of do that. I think she even says it pretty openly. But see, the daughters I think they are both liberals, which is kind of funny when you think about how the daughter Darlene is kind of stabbed her in the back and is super liberal on the show The Connors. It's kind of funny when you think about it.
Right.
Because she supposedly wrote that after them. And yeah, they took her creative control and all types of things.
I think it's funny when she said that Ted Nugent was up there dancing the YMCA with Trump. I like to see that.
And his kids were getting her drunk.
Yeah.
She's definitely cool. I like her. And I do think that she took a lot of hits just for saying what everybody was thinking a lot of times. She actually talks a lot about being on the other side, but she also talks about Jews a lot. Like, I got a clip of her talking about how the paid protesters go from BLM to Free Palestine to basically they're all paid. And she's been saying this for a long time. And I guess some stuff came out to hint that way.
It does seem like busloads of them with a wristband, you know? Like, you can see them getting brought in large vehicles, man, buses, whatever it takes. And I wouldn't be surprised at all. Same people.
Starting to lose your audio, Virginia.
Okay, Roger.
Okay, Roger. Yeah, there was kind of a rattle. I tried to do a reduced background noise just to see if it was, because I didn't know if it was coming from her or someone else. But I hear that sometimes, that same sound, not necessarily from her, but other places. I don't know what it is. I don't know if it's just like peacocks equals watchdogs. Yeah, that was my fault. I was just trying to
they are. Bonnie's right. Peacocks will act like watchdogs. I tell you what I had a problem with was geese, man. Geese those big white ones.
Mm-hmm.
We had some of this campground I used to go to in Florida, man. It chase you around. The one that had like a big knot on his head. Yeah, those things are mean as hell.
Yeah, I never had that. You just sound so funny that sometimes though. I had a problem with geese. Like you just aren't ready
Yeah.
for it.
I don't like them. I don't like them damn geese. I don't.
Those damn geese.
Big white ones with a knot on their head.
Right. Well, no. They say frog legs taste like chicken.
Frog legs are good.
Does everything tastes like chicken, right?
Yeah, they're good. I had to get tricked into eating them. This guy at work had, it looked like little pieces of fried chicken or something. It was fried something. I said, damn, those things smell good and they look good. He said, you want some? I said, what is it? He said, don't worry about it. Just eat it. No, ate it. He said, frog legs.
Mm.
Okay. Well, they were good.
Well, I don't know. I don't see me eating any frog legs anytime soon. Even if they were good, I feel like I just wouldn't find out. The crunch, the texture, the thought of it, I don't think I can wrap my mind around it,
It really is just like white meat chicken. I mean, it really is.
Like chicken thigh.
Okay, I've got you too low, but I didn't hear that rattle when you. I was just trying to reduce the back because I'm new at all this, but I know there's sometimes stuff you can do about it to fix it.
I'm new. I don't know what to do.
Echo cancellation, sometimes it's either off or on. I'm not sure which one. And
I think I did exactly the opposite. I put reduce noise background, but no echo and no automatically adjust, and you sound better now, I think.
Okay. Yeah, we'll try. It's my internet partially too, cutting out.
Maybe that sounds like a woman screaming. Wait, what did I miss? I don't know.
Wait. What did we miss?
Chicken.
Oh.
Oh yeah.
Mm-hmm.
But no, I don't know how long you've been here, Virginia. We've been talking about the lists and how have you heard that I am echoing again on the background of you. I just hold on. Let me see. Just don't move. Echo cancellation. Now let's see. That might do. I don't hear it now. Imagine that. Echo cancellation. Cancel the echo. I'm shocked. You just don't honestly trust it though. You don't think it's really going to do it, but it totally did.
Right.
But yeah, they're saying like Yorga heard something about tomorrow. I heard at noon Eastern on Saturday. Either way, it's happening at least to some degree. And a lot of people are saying when we were talking about it, we're saying, well, it'll be redacted. Probably. That's probably pretty likely. And I think what's going on personally, and I think most people probably do too, that the reason it's been like kind of stalled and like slowed down for this whatever time it's been, there's like haggling behind the scenes and like getting any kind of money out of people and taking certain names off and covering up for other people. And that's what I think. I mean, I hate to think something, it's got to be something, but it kind of does, I feel like.
I completely agree with you. I think that they've had plenty of time to clean up certain things. I think we will see. They have to throw us a bone because a lot of people are like, come on already, right? And so I think they'll throw us some bones. I don't think it's going to be the top names that we all want to see burn,
Yeah, that's what Yorga's been saying. No Clintons on there.
No.
But he was there. So that's kind of one of those things that we will know, right? We'll be like, wait a minute, we know he was there. What if it is on there? What do you think will happen then? You don't think neither one of you think there's even the freaking, or all three of you, there's even the sliverest chance that somebody big will be on there and they leave them on there because it's really about money. They're just going to pay their way off or something.
If they don't have like an actual video that is, because they can argue AI, first of all, so that would kind of mess that up. But if they don't have actual tapes and footage, names on the list don't mean they committed a crime. Like a lot of people went to those islands, right? It's out in the Bahamas. Not every single flight was about that. the wording that Bondi used about protecting victims, I think is an interesting loophole, because if some of these were children at the time, some of these victims, and even if they're now adults, they can still be like, yeah, I really don't want to be all up in that mess. So I think there's a couple of loopholes where maybe your Bill Clintons will be able, plausible deniability that, well, my name's on the log, but that doesn't mean that I did or diddled anything, you know? Yeah, I agree, Sissy, but the question is really, how many have been purchased already? Because even with the Diddy case,
yeah, that's where you're going with it. That's what they said was happening in Hollywood. That, and I believe it, because you know how many tapes I've seen from Hollywood? None.
Right.
I think they bought them all back.
They're buying them. Even that dude, I can't think of his name. He's a white guy, and he's like he was first talking about the Diddy lists and stuff. And even he said in his speech, there are negotiations going on right now where some lawyers are speaking with, you know, possible suspects. And essentially he was saying people have a chance, a window for a little while to purchase their way out of this.
Huh. Which is crazy, because...
Which is messed up. You know, really. You could buy your way out of doing those kind of crimes, man. Come on.
Oh, man, they put Monica Lewinsky through it, though.
Yeah.
I remember her recounting how they got her at like the mall and pulled her into a room and like interrogated her for hours upon hours, like treating her. I could not imagine. And being that young, I would have, you're scared to death, right? You're trying to lie because, or that's what I thought she was doing. She was actually trying to lie to cover for the president. And they're like, I mean, it was nuts just hearing her say it, because she was just, I mean, whatever. It is what it is. A lot of people, I couldn't imagine, was it Dave Chappelle that did the joke about, you know, there's a lot of things to be famous for, but who wants to be the world's most famous dick sucker?
Oh, man.
Yeah.
Oh, no.
Well, you know what Bill said about Monica? He said, I once knew a girl named Monica. I met her on the first day of Hanukkah. She wore a beret, didn't have much to say, but man, could she play the harmonica.
Damn.
Oh, hell no. Yeah, I wish I had that joke better, because it was great. He was talking about, if you were him, you could be like, here. I can't even say it, man. But it does go along with my Mel Gibson.
Whoa.
That's Mel Gibson. Wigging out on that chick. I totally played some clips from that. I should have went back for more. This one's my favorite.
Funny.
Because you know when you're so mad that you're like saying shit that doesn't even make sense because you're so freaking mad, and like this is him right here. Watch this. This is my favorite. It's the end for me. Hold on.
You're a pain in the ass. You're a pain in my ass. Stop being that.
Stop being that. Stop being that. Oh, he meant that. It breaks my heart for the guy. Stop being that. Yeah, it cracks me up.
Yeah, that's when you're so pissed off you're almost like speaking in tongues.
It happens.
Oh yeah,
it happens. My dad used to, because we always worked on our own cars, man. And when I was a kid, you didn't take your car to the shop, you know. We did everything there, you know. But he'd be up underneath the car and his legs would be hanging out, and I'd start seeing his legs get to like, they were like, hold on, let me cut on my camera. You see his legs like doing this, you know. I knew he was getting pissed off trying to work a nut out or something. Yeah. He'd start cussing it, but he was like talking in tongues. He's like inventing cuss words and shit. They're all mixed together. You fuck shit ass, you know.
Yeah.
Oh, those are good old days.
Yeah, you're reminding me of that dad on Christmas Story. He was always cussing and stuff, and the little boy's like, says the F word, but I didn't say that. I said the big one. You know, Christmas Story dad, he's all, you only hear him be like muttering and shit.
Right.
In the background and everything.
Oh yeah. We all did that.
What's that, John?
Yeah, go ahead.
Going to say I had a friend, he had an anger problem. I mean, a real problem. Like he'd be working on his car, and let's say he smacks his knuckles, he'll take a baseball bat and just start beating the car.
Yeah, I know a guy like that.
And there was times like me and him get into it, and he'd get into that rage, and all I could do was hold him down until I was like, calm down, or else I'm just going to hold you here until you calm down, But he, like I said, we were good friends. He actually committed suicide.
Oh no!
And they buried him. And a couple of days after he was buried, lightning hit his tombstone and shattered it.
Whoa! Really?
What?
So that was kind of messed up.
What are the odds of that?
Right?
It's crazy.
I knew a guy, the same thing. He had a temper problem. But what he would do, I'd be over at his house, he'd be working on something like that, working on a car. He'd get to cussing and everything, and he'd take the tool, box in wrench or whatever, and he would chunk it over in the woods, and it goes into the woods, and when it lands, it goes clink. I look at him, I said, "You got a whole pile of tools back in them woods over there, don't you?" He went, "Yeah." He would get pissed off at certain wrenches and stuff. And then we got to talking about it. I said, "That's freaking hilarious, man." He said, "Yeah, my dad's got a pile of," he learned it from his dad. His dad would throw his tools over in the woods when he get pissed off. And there's a pile of wrenches and shit back there. But,
chuck them.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Bink. Yeah, it hit bink. I was like, what the hell?
Actually, Best Life, that's a good point. Video game rage is probably the most intense rage I see out of men lately. That not a lot of them are working on cars, but damn, that video game rage. Throwing controllers or yelling at the screen or getting super competitive, ripping the headset off.
Rage quitting.
Rage quitting, yes.
They should be out working on cars.
Right, they should be working on cars. Yeah.
Yeah, that same friend, there was a kid he didn't like, and nobody knows why he didn't like him. They just clashed, And one night, me and him was riding around, and my friend was like, "Man, I hate that dude, man." And he was at the bowling alley, and we were just kind of cruising around, and I was driving, and I went through the bowling alley parking lot, and I come up to the main road, and I had to stop. He jumps out and runs over and just starts getting into it, and they got in a big fight, punches throwing. Well, the other guy was beating him up, and I come back around, and he goes, "Why didn't you help me?" I said, "It wasn't my fight." I said, "I don't even know what your problem is."
Yeah, I got no dog in this fight.
Crazy.
That's like kind of different. But I had a friend of mine. I was walking down the road back in the 70s. He and his buddy of mine, and a cop comes by. A county cop drives by. Nothing to it for me. And my friend shoots the cop the finger. I'm like, "What the hell did you do that for?" And the cop locked up the freaking car, and my friend goes running through the woods back towards his house. Cop stopped and asked me. He said, "Who in the hell was that?" And I said, "His name is Randy Fisher." I said, "He lives," because I ain't taking no shit. I mean, it's just like doing something stupid like that. I ratted him out big time, man. I said, "I'll tell you exactly where he lives at." Do that shit to me when I'm walking down the road, man.
Well, I do got a couple more minutes if y'all don't care. This one's about where I was telling you she talks about the paid protesters and how they switch over and over again, which it's from her point of view. It's just like 3 or so minutes, something like that.
Central Casting was what I was trying to think of.
I totally lost my spot too. Hitting the wrong button.
Hey Cole, I'm gonna have to hit it, man. I hate to do it to you right now, but yeah, I'm getting.
I knew it was going to happen. I was trying to hurry up and get this playing before you left, but Lord knows
Well,
if I try to
go
hurry.
ahead and play it. Go ahead and play it. I'll hang around.
Good night, brother.
Brett. Hang on. I think.
Oh, that's the other thing you say. Like, let's take your bow that you're always right. You always talk about these protesters being paid for BLM. They were paid. They found that they were fucking paid. I mean, we knew, but now they
And
have.
they're the same ones too. Antifa
Yes.
became BLM,
Yes, you said this on the show.
became pro-Palestinians,
Yes.
and any other time they need to move busloads of what they're called paid activists.
Yes, and Kamala supporters to show up at rallies.
Yeah, Kamala supporters. She bailed their ass out.
That's alleged. I don't know if they were paid. This will probably all come to light, but what we know is our tax dollars were not only through a money laundering scheme being used, but these kickbacks were going to the things that we were railed against, that we were railing against, right? Us, like, this doesn't feel right. This doesn't feel organic. We were talking about the transgender movement, the feminist movement, like all the stuff that you were talking about for years, where we're like, the other side really believes this, but we knew in our hearts that it wasn't organic, but we couldn't put our finger on it. Well, now we know.
I put my finger on it. I called it the fake left.
Yeah, you did.
I called it the fake paid left because nobody in their right mind could have had those opinions because they were not leftist opinions. They were fakist opinions. They had nothing whatsoever to do with anything American. In fact, they were just basically disguised communist or jihadi bullshit.
Yes.
And then they married up. And, you know, I infiltrated that whole thing. And I saw how it worked, and I have fucking tweets to prove it.
I think that's why they came after you too. And
it is because you know it's the same people. They're mentally ill people who sit at home and they make some extra income by harassing. First, what I saw, the first people they went after was rape activists online. They got all of them deplatformed because you know they talk about biological girls,
right?
And you know that's all they do is deplatform anything that helps women or girls because they want to erase women and girls because they want to be them instead. And they won't, they're not. They're trans. That means becoming, like becoming Michelle. You know? They're becoming. Oh yeah, they're becoming, and I understand that they're bridging. But you know, I understand a lot of it, and a lot of it is so psychological operations that you can't even discuss. You can't even discuss that it comes from abuse and dissociation instead of gender anomalies. Jesus Christ, they've hidden all that because they like that people are divided because then they can really animate them better. When you're divided, you're a controllable op, and I hate that. I hate that they activate abused kids.
Well, that's the whole MK Ultra program thing, isn't it?
The whole thing, and it's also the whole why they're really chomping at the bit to get that AI out there to get on, you know, manipulating and maneuvering and destroying more victims that think they made it through, that are programmed for it and don't even know it. You know, it really is mass media, and what is it programming us for? And that is what I always went on TV to defy. And like you said, who is it? Somebody finally got me and wanted to a documentary or something about me being who I really am. You know, I got to go get my drink. Wait.
Yeah, I want to talk about this because I mean, we can't mention them by name because they're just pitching us, but potentially there's a documentary. You have one coming out with Joel, but there's another documentary that might be in the works. I was approached by some pretty good people, and they said, my mom's going to tell you, is they basically said that her story is a story of media.
Yeah.
Anyway, there's possibly a documentary coming and stuff like this, but I do think she tells the truth. I think that's what I like about her. She just puts it out there, and she's on the inside to a certain degree. She does see things she shouldn't probably, and they probably don't want her to talk about, but she does it anyway. Because she's a badass too. Just like that press secretary is a badass. So is Roseanne.
Absolutely. Saying it like it is, you know.
I'm going to trust her over these fucking politicians, like just trying to make everything sound so. Even Trump, like, and he fumbles a lot, but you know. Anyway.
That's just like earlier when she was talking about, you know, fake protesters and this and that. I know Trump had mentioned central casting, which central casting is like, fill-ins, and, you know, when they do a movie, you got all these multi-group of people that plays parts, you know. And I think some of this could actually be that. It's like you know, if you look at society, how our faith and our religions and our banking and our government, society is a constructed. It has a form to it. So if there is, and I think we can all see there is like a mental problem in not only in the U.S. but in the world and in our government and everything else. You can manipulate that and also gather information to counter, you know, these moves.
Man, I missed something on Elon was much shorter. It's crazy how you could be having a conversation on panel and whatever's going on chat can be completely different. It happens all the time. But
the timing too, because we're like delayed and then
yeah.
But John, I agree. There's a central casting. There's some pretty good videos out there showing the same people on the news. Like, let's say a lady saying her house burnt down, and then a few weeks later in a different town, it's the same freaking woman saying that she got robbed at a Walmart or whatever. You know what I mean? Like,
right. So what does it mean when Trump says central casting? Because he totally said that.
All right, let me interject just for 1 second. He said, the one time I saw him say it, he was talking up Tom Homan, and he said, "This guy looks like he's just from Central Casting." And I think what he meant, no, Homan, the guy who's doing he's the border czar. You know, the bulldog looking guy. And I understood what he meant. He just said, looks like he's right out from Central Casting because he looks like a bulldog. He acts like a bulldog. You know, it's like a stereotypical, you know,
but he says it a lot.
Doesn't mean anything, you know, really, you know.
You don't think?
Nah.
No, he does say it a lot though, Cola. He does.
I know. And
but he also says, we ain't never seen anything like it before. He says that all the time. So you never seen nothing like it.
And never seen nothing like this before. There's never been anything that was ever like this was before.
I mean, really, every time I see him, he ends up saying that. You know, it's all right.
Yeah.
But he totally said it. It wasn't the inauguration. It was the ball afterwards. And he's showing this military guy. And he goes on and on. This guy's central casting. He's like, if I was making a movie, I'd pick this guy to play this role. He's so central. And he goes on and on. And I'm like, why is he doing that? There's so many layers to that. Like,
the verbiage was pretty obvious. If you know, you know. I saw that too, Cola. And I was like, what an interesting thing to say. Because he's got to be graceful in all those events, you know. But what if he throws nuggets out there sometimes?
He almost has to. Somebody's got to be feeding him those lines, or it just can't be that coincidental.
I think he knows. I think
he knows he's a part of it.
He's got a cult-like following, and when he says those things, that thickens it. They're like, "Oh, told you." I mean, I can't get over it. I couldn't believe it. I could not believe it when he said that, but he totally does. And then he picked up that sword and started dancing with it. I said, "Oh my God!" But and the military is always so involved. Like, you don't see them. I don't know why it is when he does things, the military's there, and any other president, the military's not there. He like incorporates them in ways others don't, and it brings attention to it. You're like, why don't
well, speaking of the sword, what was the deal? And I really don't know. I just saw a clip of Elon with a big ass chainsaw swinging it around.
I didn't know.
Yeah.
Huh. Okay. You said a chainsaw?
A chainsaw and a large one.
Well, what was the context?
That's gonna be.
That's what I don't know. I just saw a clip of him doing it. And it was like he was on a stage. There was, you know, loads of people there and everything when he did it. But I don't know what the context was.
I mean, that could have been anything, anytime. With Trump and the sword, it was Trump and JD Vance cutting the cake.
Yeah.
And it was
with it first. He really did. He like swished it back and forth. It's like being funny. And that may have been it. I'll take that. Maybe he just thought it was a moment to be funny, but it's just also there's sword dance, there's the post that happened to do with the sword, and there's just too much going on there. It's just too much going on there.
Lisa Baby says the chainsaw was a gift. Somebody must have given them, I guess because they're doing all this cutting, and government. I don't know.
Man, I wanted to play the rest of that Madonna Doge thing. That shit was hilarious. It goes on, and there's even some clips in the end of the newscast and shit, and it's so well put together. It's a little corny, but y'all said it was cutting out, like the music was just not.
Yeah,
playing.
it was. Yeah.
I didn't know if you'd come or not, Bonnie. I'm glad you did.
I did.
Hey, Bonnie.
Oh, hey, Bonnie.
I got a weird feeling with that sword thing, though. It was just weird.
It was something. There was something to it. There's no doubt.
Something off. Mm-hmm.
It was like you said, a nugget for certain people out there. And I mean,
Mm-hmm.
I actually didn't hear much. I actually thought I'd hear it like crazy because all my alarm bells went off from all the things I've heard over the years.
Yeah, but he might just be, because he is the king of trollers. He might just be screwing with the liberal media, where he knows they're going to go off and start, having memes of him with his sword and everything else, just to screw with them, man. He loves screwing with people.
Well, also I seen, like, if you look at the Marine's birthday, that was on the Marine's birthday. It celebrated 150 years, and they always celebrate it with a ball. Not a baseball, but a ball, like what they were doing. And they cut the cake. So this was actually celebrating the Marines' anniversary is what that was.
That's why there was so much military. That's what I was saying. Like, well, how is it always something like that with him, though? And then it was actually really beautiful. They danced with the military, and then they paired back up with their mates and stuff. It was like really kind of awesome.
Well, he's the commander in chief, of all of the military. So, and he loves them. So he's going to surround himself with them.
It's so, what's the word when it's black and white? It's so the opposite, though. I just never saw that with, do y'all remember when Joe Biden said, salute the military? Because they told him in his earpiece to salute him.
Right,
so he said,
right. Yeah.
Yes.
And he was just walking along and he's like, salute the military. Oh, because he always forgot to salute them.
That's terrible. Oh,
They didn't salute him.
Yeah, I know. I noticed that too. And
Do you know they changed the steps on Air Force One so they were like baby steps for him because he kept tripping? No, they did.
True.
They put the real ones back when Trump came in office. Oh, moron.
Am I too loud? I'm on my phone, so I don't know.
It's all right. It's breaking up a little bit, but other than that, it's all right.
Yeah, the service is pretty shoddy out here.
Ooh, did you go on a trip?
Something.
I'm out at my daughter's.
I can't.
Okay.
At my mama's house.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, Lisa just put up a link for the chainsaw.
Yeah, all I can do, well, maybe I can do it from the chat.
I told you I wasn't crazy.
No, I know. Okay, yeah, it's totally different on the phone. All right, let's see if it'll remember it.
Do you have anyone with you, Bonnie?
My 6-year-old grandbaby.
Okay. Hey, that's probably the best possible option.
Right.
Honestly, a sweet child.
Yeah, and she's falling asleep, so then maybe Mom will start talking to me and it'll all be good. Because I'm sure she's got something to say today.
Well, in other news, have y'all heard that there's a measles outbreak in Texas? I wonder why that is. We eradicated measles in the year 2000, and all of a sudden we're having a measles outbreak in West Texas.
West Texas. There's your answer.
But hello.
I don't know. I heard someone say, I can't remember who it was, but that's the only time I heard it. They said, well, like this other year we had 14 cases. It happens every year. But
Yeah, but you still know why.
Yeah.
People from other countries that haven't been inoculated are coming and infecting people, The thing is, what I found out today on this is Yeah, I had my measles shots and all that when I was a little kid, but that doesn't. I mean, it should last you for your life, but it might not. You know, you could still end up catching measles.
Well, suddenly they're saying that they don't last all your life. So
Yeah.
I figure the push is going to be, come get your boosters.
Oh yeah, you're probably right.
So
Oh.
I wouldn't do that.
I'm not gonna
And I have not heard of any around me. So that's the least of my worries.
Yeah.
Love you too, Wayne.
Yeah, some of the rabbit holes I've been going down, like I said, it has to do with like cyber warfare and stuff like that. But like these technicians, they work on viruses and worms and different things like that in the internet realm, in labs. So
Yep.
to me, it seems like some of this could be in relationship to, it's not really a biological outbreak, but a cyber outbreak.
Information, it's money,
Yeah.
baby.
Yes.
Because that makes more sense, because you know we're trying to look at this like it's a health and biological, which yes, we have bad health and stuff, and I think we all know why, you know, but then it goes into I think the cyber world.
I agree.
Gosh. It didn't really say why. He just all of a sudden goes and gets him a chainsaw, and here he goes. Oh my God. Bless his heart. I would be nervous. Look, this guy didn't even flinch. Being that close to him shaking, I would have probably kind of moved back a step. Oh.
It's your goal. So, like, I think you have like a right to see it. I think it's worth, you know. Yeah, I think we should have it during the president last night was like, that's how he's in favor of it. That'd be cool. And we should like a tour, like you can see what's going on. Open the door, like.
Mm-mm. Cool.
Which
Yeah.
president was it that cut down the cherry tree?
Washington. Yep.
Is he comparing himself to Washington with a modern day chainsaw?
Mm. And people keep making fun of the history of pizza itself and saying, no, it doesn't. Well, kind of looks like it to me. I don't know if it's made to look that way or if it's.
Well, just look at the wording that's been used throughout time. Okay, we had Pearl Harbor, and then on 9/11, they said this is the new Pearl Harbor.
Yes.
In 2020, we had Event 201. 2 went to 0 and erected 1. So that was symbolic of the 2 towers coming down and re-erected as 1, Event 201. So there is this comparison to the past that's always being replicated to us.
Yep. And here lately, the fall of Rome. It's been mentioned a lot.
Yeah, it all, in some weird way, it is all, you know, linked together.
I think that's a good point about what might be infecting us, John, is it's not necessarily a biological virus, but what about a computer virus? What about, you know, they throw Bill Gates in our faces in mockery all the time. Has nothing to do with medical anything, but it's always Bill Gates is going to release a virus. Well, come on, you know, maybe he will. Maybe it's not where we're looking, you know?
And I shared a link in the private, Virginia. You might find it interesting that talks about when the computer viruses became like weaponized, which, you know, as you're looking at like Pegasus, which is what is a surveillance where it's in our phones, and a lot of manufacturers of our phones and computers actually put in them back doors, you know.
Yep. In somewhere, I heard that the 5G, the radiation emitting from that can cause viruses in people. Allegedly.
Allegedly.
Right. In Minecraft, it can affect your energy, your immune strength, your, in video games, you need all those power bars to be really high where you have the strength and agility and speed and whatever. Same kind of idea. Does that make sense? Like,
yeah.
So I don't know that the 5G is actually sending out something as much as like affecting our immune systems.
Could be, but there's so much I want to share with y'all. There's this video, well, I put it on my community page. 420 put it up, and it's this group of doctors, scientists, all kinds of people do Zoom, and they are from all these other countries, and they're talking about the webs that are falling from the sky, and they had them tested. They have done everything, and so now they have all the documentation of what it is, what it can cause, and they have sent it to Trump. They sent it to the EAA, but the EAA was taken down, so California still has one, so they sent it to the California EAA, and it's like they're filing charges and demanding that it stop right now. And
But
it's
who's
like
doing it? Who's doing it though?
those doctors, all those people, all those from all those countries that got together on that Zoom. They're the
they
ones
did it.
filing these charges, but it's funny how all the charges are against the USA. Why is that?
Interesting. Yeah.
Well,
Yeah.
But that's what I meant by who did it. So we did it.
well,
Well,
and
go
China,
ahead.
China is what, like, the US dollar has always been dominant, but China is like, challenging that. They want to change the US dollar. A lot of countries want to get out of the US dollar
Yeah.
dominated system, you know. So this is partly how they want to try and do that.
All right, y'all. Well,
See?
it's very bad time for Bonzo over here. Okay.
Yeah, you hung in here a little longer. That's pretty long for you. I do appreciate it, Yorga.
Yeah, I did all right. I got to get my beauty rest.
Have a good night.
All right. I'll talk to y'all later. Thanks for having me on.
Take care, brother.
All right. Love y'all. Bye.
Love you. Good night. So, I do have another.
Yeah.
This one, she gets pretty deep. It's not very long, like 4 or 3 minutes or something like that. But she gets into it a little bit on this one, so I'll show you. It's Roseanne still, just because there's only one other one. It's about cash. It's short anyway. She just basically saying the same stuff I say. I hope it's really true. I hope he does what he says, and I think he will. But yeah, this is short.
Love Israel, hate America, and you're like, I'm gonna hate these Jews. So like one state with like 8 million people, and that's what you're focused on every day. The billion Muslims, the 30% of them that are extremists, or the 10% that are really extremists, want you dead. They want America gone. They want Israel gone. That's who's funding this. And you'll see in USAID, I don't know if you saw, there was money that went to like Hamas rappers and to help them put rap videos out. This is another thing that came up in the audit. Like they were actually funding Palestinian and Hamas propaganda, our tax dollars. And it's no secret when you really see
No,
it.
I know all of it. I know all of it is at the bottom of all the different grifts that come out of moving child sex slaves. There's a lot of businesses, side businesses you can get with that.
Also,
And that is what it is. And the UN, and the UN and every caliphate, as well as the Catholic Church and the Bank of International Settlements, finance and keep all that shit going. And Epstein was small potatoes in that world, but that's all they concentrate on. But still, they don't even give us the small Epstein crumbs, because that betrays the entire structure of it. When you see, oh, how many, Vatican accounts are tied up with Epstein. That all goes back to HSBC banks, which people hacked in 07, that showed everything was Epstein. Everything. And I think everything that's happened since the HSBC bank hack back then has been fake news to cover that up, because they were terrified that people were going to find that out. And, it took all these years, these many years, to bring it back into focus. And it hasn't shown even the Epstein part yet, which is all those investment companies, every Jeffrey Epstein thing, they tried to hide it. It's everything. It's about passports even. It's everything. Yeah. And it's about I won't even get into that. Well, it's just about everything. It's a basis of economics.
Right.
Oh my God. It's just the devil himself, and it trades in human flesh.
In every country, in every intelligence
everywhere.
So we have
you know what? We can't make money. We've already screwed up. We've killed and screwed up. Chernobyl. We fucked everything up. Fukushima. So now, we look around. We can't grow nothing. We can't fucking. You know what? We're gonna have to turn people into the profit-making thing. Mm-hmm. That's what they did.
Yeah, she got real that time. She said everything in the world that could get me flagged, but it's just when you hear it from Roseanne of all people, it somehow hits different. I think it's just like, why would she lie about this? The only other thing is about 1 minute long, and it's really just her. She's pretty much saying the same thing I would say, that she hopes Cash is the real deal, and she thinks he is, and I don't know. I guess it's not. It's only a minute long.
Bring it.
Yeah. I know it takes me so much longer than it should.
dollars to fund their bullshit so they can fucking money launder shit. That's all we.
They already took everybody's tax money. Now they want your house and your identity.
All right.
I don't know, but here's how it's going to go. Like I told you, that guy, he did get the 500 million because I did pray on him. So, I'm going to pray that everything will work out just fine real quick. That's my prayer for the world.
Me too. And I just want to say, Kash Patel, the reason I think it's so important is, and I'm going to hold his ass to the fire, we all have to, he has claimed that he will release the Epstein files once he becomes head of the FBI.
Oh, I know he will.
So he's fucking better.
A lot more than that. I know exactly what he's going to do. And it's like this. It's time. And he's a real public servant. We thought that when we interviewed him. We thought he had a lot of integrity, and he's authentic. So we're behind you. Cash, go get our cash.
I love it. All right.
All right. Well, I hope everybody enjoyed the ads this week. Love you all.
Yeah, she's a trip. But yeah, that's the same thing I would have said too. I think so. I hope so.
Right. I hope so too.
We're waiting, like that. That's why I have no choice but to think that they've been working behind the scenes, just finagling, because
there's
they could.
People with power that are there before presidents, like they're there for multiple presidents, that, they have plenty of time to organize thoughts. You know what I'm saying? So maybe so, the white hat idea,
I don't know. I know. And the thing is, I know that they're trying to get rid of a lot of the corruption and things, but I know they're not perfect either. And I don't know which things that they're doing, but they're not, they could do most of the right things, but there are some things they're not doing all the way right. Probably, I've heard, they're lining their own pockets, I don't know. I feel like he's never really been the one to do that. He was usually the one that didn't take the salary and didn't make a lot of money while in, but who knows? But I do just love hearing Roseanne break it down. There were so many more things, but she goes pretty far and she gets real into the Jew stuff because she feels like she's probably right. They probably are all against it. against the Jews in a lot of places.
Mm-hmm.
On that, Brian Craig, I totally heard him say Laura went down with Hegseth to Gitmo, and I don't know if he meant Laura Trump or what other Laura would matter. And I'm wondering why Hegseth went down to Gitmo. I feel like
It was Laura. Oh, she's a reporter. She has her Ingram.
okay.
And
Oh,
yeah, I watched that where she went down there with what's his name, Hegseth.
That's what they say, Hegseth. Yeah.
Yeah, and they were discussing like while they were there, they were showing a military plane come in with 9 new. These are the illegals who are criminals. I mean, they're dangerous people, and they were admitting them there.
Yeah, and those 30,000 beds, they're putting the because the way I heard it, I didn't see what you saw, but the way I heard it explained was that the fear was that they'll send them home and they'll just come back. So that's why we're sending them, because they're dangerous. They could be, out here murdering people. Is that what you got?
Yeah, I believe that's what he was saying. He said these dangerous ones, that's what they're trying to prevent, is sending them back, and then they just show back up here. They're going to go ahead and process them and hold them or whatever, execute whatever. But as far as regular detainees or illegal migrants, that facility has been used in the past for this same purpose. It's just a processing center,
And
right. And I
didn't
mean,
they just add on?
What,
I'm
Bonnie?
sorry. I said, didn't they just add on to the Gitmo?
They said they were adding 30,000 beds or
Mhm.
opening up or whatever. Yeah, that's what we're talking about. But maybe unless they added on top of that, which they
Yeah.
probably.
There was an article I read about, I can't remember if it was the Bush administration, Bush Senior, where there was a bunch of Haitians trying to come over to the United States, but they redirected them to Gitmo. And one of the people who was doing the legality part of that was Barr.
Yeah, I don't know.
well, we've detained terrorists or suspected terrorists there for decades, and Trump just classified a couple of gangs as terrorist organizations. And I think that's kind of like a step into where he's trying to keep the most dangerous ones there because they're classified now as terrorists, and that might be some of the extra bets, because I don't know how long it takes them to fly them, bus them, whatever they're doing. But I do think he's prioritizing the serious known criminals. And that could be a lot. And that could be where some of the need for those beds are now that they can be detained there under that classification,
Yep. But I heard they added on to the structure, even made it larger. And so that would explain how they could fit that many more beds. And also, like that gang in Africa that's slaughtering Christians. I think they're called M3. I don't know. I don't know why they have letters and numbers now that they call themselves. But
I don't know. I feel like they maybe even use those spots for maybe, I don't know. It would be shocking if they did the crimes against humanity thing, but RFK Jr. got in there, and if he can prove, or I don't know how you would go about it, but between him and anybody else, if they could prove that maybe some knowledge of these side effects before they put this out here as a cure, if they knew of them or something, that they could be held liable for crimes against humanity or trying to force us onto it. I don't know. I just know that he's, I believe he is against that one. But vaccines in general, that, what was it? Trump came out with a statement saying what the number of autism used to be. It was like 1 in 34 something now, but it used to be, I don't know, it was a drastic difference.
It was.
I think he's getting that from RFK Jr. And if that be the case, I just wonder if they do prove some kind of, like trying to, I don't know. Some people like to use the word genocide, mass genocide, I don't know if they would use that word, but yeah, I don't know. It's a stretch. It probably won't happen, but you never freaking know. It depends on what evidence they have.
And two, I think some of it has to do with, like, government has given a certain degree of immunity to corporations because they labeled them as necessary or national
security. National security. Yeah. That's what Kathy O'Brien always says they use for national security.
Yeah. Oh, that's interesting to label them as corporations. Certain folks. Okay. See, I just see a lot of loopholes for these folks. That's why I don't think we're going to see the major names wearing cuffs and eating SOS. Like,
same.
There are loopholes everywhere if you have a good lawyer.
There's always some, though. Look at P. Diddy and Cosby and the different ones. They don't get everything, but they get, for some reason, right? Like 2 or 3 get caught in the mix. And it is a bit, because R. Kelly was big as life. Cosby was as big as life, Yeah. And you would have never thought it. Freaking P. Diddy, Puff Daddy, whatever the hell. I never saw that coming. I thought he was too powerful.
Are they the big players, though? Are they the...
You follow Puff Daddy or whatever all the way to Clive Davis, and that's where, well, I don't know who made Clive the way he is, but there's so much out there that it's not surprising that was like a mentor and somebody that got him. And who's the other one? He ended up, Tupac dated his daughter. It's random, I know. Quincy Jones is another one.
Oh yeah, he was a major one.
And it's crazy, like, so yeah, but he still had a choice to be that way or not be that way. Like, I don't know. It's some weird stuff. Like, there's definitely, I don't even want to say it on live, but I mean, you could totally tell there's a lot of, I feel like that's what happened to DMX. He like didn't know how, he couldn't believe it. He like went to prison, came back out, and everybody was gay. He was like, wait a minute, what? I'm a thug. Well, we don't do this. He didn't know how to, then he ended up dead, which I know he did drugs too. So it may have even been his own self, but it may not have been, because he was sure talking shit right before that.
His last video was crazy. Like I saw it like before he died, it came in my feed, and really interesting what he was saying. And then he shows, and then he's dead. I mean, that one kind of trips me out, DMX for sure.
Because that really
What's up?
Wait, who is that you were just talking about, Virginia?
DMX. He was a hip hop. He was pretty popular in, I guess, the late 90s, coming up through there. And he went to prison. He kind of did live the thug life, and he comes out, and he was actually doing like a Sunday school type of thing now and then on his channel, where he would just share his testimony or whatever. And his very last video ever, it kind of seemed like he knew he was cooked. Like he knew he was done.
No.
And then he died.
Yeah. Yeah, Clive Davis, the number of people, he just has too many deaths on his hands. Why does everybody that he represents end up dying young, like Michael and Prince? And they're just, Whitney Houston, like he's got a long list of people. It's real weird. That's too many. That's way too many for one person.
Agreed.
I know a rabbit hole I didn't go down much with. They just put out something on it with that guy from Friends that died. I totally bought his book, and it was such a good book. You know, he was talking about his addiction, how he got better, and everything like this. And then I swear that book was out maybe a year before he ended up dead in his hot tub. You know, and then they linked it
Oh,
to
yeah. What was his name?
it was Chandler on Friends. In real life, he
Yes,
was
Chandler Bing or
yeah,
Chandler Bong or whatever. What was his
Chandler.
name?
Yeah, I can't think of it, but it'll come to
Dang
me.
it. I know who you're talking about and I can't think of it. But yeah, that was weird too. Him in his hot tub for sure.
He got in trouble, or people are got in trouble over that. That's why they finally came out with the show about it, because they could tell you. It was like there was a chick called. They had so many people getting in trouble, they had to keep branching out, and the text messages were the worst, though. But one of them they called the ketamine queen because that's how she had such high numbers, and that's what he needed was so much. Matthew Perry, there you go.
Thank you, Matthew Perry.
I
Yes.
knew it, but it wasn't going to come to
Jeez,
me.
that
Like
was bugging me.
it was like Friends, Big Things, or something. It was a really good book. And
But it's crazy that he wrote the book and then died like pretty much within a year, you know?
yeah, I mean, I agree. I definitely agree. It was strange. Because but I'm glad he got it out there, because he'd been to rehab like a bunch of times. So it's not shocking that he relapsed, but he kind of did, but he didn't, because they actually say ketamine's really, they got me thinking, I'm like, I do not need to watch this shit late at night. And I'm like, maybe I could talk to a doctor and get doses of this shit. Because that's what it started at, was for mental health. And it like actually has a really fast repair in you heal up faster or whatever. This is just some documentary about Matthew Perry. And so he was doing this, which was you are supervised. They watch your heart rate. They do all the things with you. And it's the way that you respond after the treatment. Well, he was just doing it all the time, I think, and getting it from and stuff. But I don't think it started out as just a drug seeking thing. I think he was working on his mental health, and then, that's how it always happens. It's not like intentional, but it's just sad. But yeah, they definitely talked it up about these places that will give it to you while you're there. You go like every 6 weeks or however often. And then, in between, your mood is better and things like that, I don't know. I've never done it. I'm just saying, this thing on Matthew Perry, a 3-degree explanation. It was denied for chat. Oh man. I hate that. When YouTube decides what you can and can't write in the chat, like, come on, man. But yeah, I wonder about that. Like if he stepped out of line or something. There's all this stuff about, tubs. It's a jacuzzi, but it's still kind of like a tub. And it reminds me of the whole Whitney Houston and her daughter thing. Did you ever go down that rabbit hole, Virginia?
Whose daughter?
Whitney's daughter, Whitney Houston.
Oh, yes.
That was
Oh,
creepy.
that was wild too.
What the hell, man? And that's another strike against Clive Davis, because she's dead in a hotel room in her tub. And there's like a pre-Grammy or Grammy party planned in the same hotel room. And he's like, yeah, just leave her there. This is what she would want. Get out of here. What? That's insane, but it totally happened. And then her daughter, like a year later, dies in a tub also. Like, what the hell? This shit's like some type of ritual or something's going on with this. Too coincidental.
It was like the same scene.
Yeah, it didn't
And
feel
I'm
right.
not sure if Ray J was at both or just
No,
at
but he
one of them.
They definitely made it out that Ray J might have been in a relationship with Whitney a little bit, and definitely was like a handler and getting her drugs, which is terrible, but
Yeah.
that's what it sure seemed like they were putting out there. What was really weird, what I saw out of that whole deal, and it still exists somewhere online, is Whitney Houston and her daughter wet, maybe they were swimming or whatever, and they're like running up to him, and just Whitney's body language is all cracky and weird. She may have even been I don't know, but she hands a letter. You can see her hand a folded up note to Brandy. Brandy looks at it and then hands it to Clive. I don't know. There's just something about this footage that just looks strange to me. Like, what was on that letter, and was it really? It looked like she was trying to give it to Brandy, like, and she gives it to Clive. I don't know. You'll have. I wish I had it handy, but I don't.
I
Pretty
have
weird.
seen that clip. It's a little sus.
Yeah, she's like, say hello to your godfather. She's all shaking and it's just weird.
Yes, it is. It's a creepo vibe. It's
And it was
it's
like
not
2 or
even
3 days
handing a note. It's their vibe. You can feel something ain't right.
Mm-hmm. I don't know either, but like that she was worth more dead than alive, they say. But
Yeah, but when you talk about like the music and the movies, and these are more or less like cults.
mhm.
And you have handlers and groomers, and they, like, if you watch like some of these, like the Met Gala, and different things like that, these people ain't right in the head.
Yeah. I still love that Gervais. I say it every other time I'm anywhere because I just loved it. I just loved him telling them how he really felt and saying all the things right in front of everybody. It was just kind of cool as hell. And then that's when I really thought the worst things about Tom Hanks because he looked so uncomfortable and it was noticeable. I'm like, oh gosh, he's in on it. He's one of them.
Yes. I can't even watch his movies anymore.
Do these people become products to where they really don't have a life of their own?
Yep.
You go here, you do this, whether you like it or not. You are owned.
Yeah.
Yep. And if you don't do it right, they screw you. Like they tried to tell Monique to do a bunch of stuff, and she tried to fight back, and they just screwed her and didn't give her hardly any money. And she never really has had anything since because she didn't just do exactly what they said and go here and promote. She didn't want to. She was getting ripped off basically. But yeah, that's how they do.
Well, just look at the satanic rituals they make them get involved in.
Right. I feel like that shit with Whitney Houston is exactly what that was. Because there's literal blood and a dead body in a tub. Like, in what world would you let that party continue on? Like, that's just... I mean, it's for a reason. Almost like they did it on purpose. But... And then I feel like with the daughter, almost like she started to figure this shit out, right? You're her daughter. She's been on tour with her. She's seen and met people. And it's like, well, they got to take her too. Because she's starting to figure it all out. Because
It's been her whole life,
bless her heart.
Like,
yeah, it's terrible.
pretty much. Bless her heart. Yeah, I mean, she was doomed. Just because of the connections there. I mean, and I think there's a lot of people like that. I look at Will Smith's kids. I look at like certain people's kids, and you can see they're so out of touch. They're just out there somewhere. They're handled, they are used, they are abused, they are just doomed.
That's how
like
it started out.
The Kardashian kids, all of them, the multiple generations. Caitlyn Jenner is the most sane one of the whole bunch. Dude,
It started out. If you think about like Shirley Temple and what's the girl that did over, they had to make her bind her chest and everything to be Dorothy, and they're giving her uppers and downs.
Judy Garland.
Yes, Judy Garland. And that was it, man. That was, I don't know if it's ever been that bad. And then who's the other? The Barrymore. Some of her clips are so sad, telling them to get her a drink on the double. And she's Barrymore. She's like 3 or 4 years old asking, and she really was drinking and doing drugs so young. It's crazy.
Who is Judy Garland's daughter?
Liza Minnelli.
Yeah.
Liza Minnelli.
Yeah.
And didn't she write a book about her mother?
I will have to read it if she did.
I wouldn't doubt it.
There's a movie called Judy I totally did watch. I don't remember well, but it was like 2 or 3 years ago. I wonder if it's based on her book.
I love watching movies with people back in the day.
Oh, me
Mommy
too.
Dearest was a famous book, Bonnie, and that was written about Joan Crawford Joan Crawford's daughter wrote a book called Mommy Dearest, and it became a movie. And it,
Oh, yeah.
it kind of showed the wild. I don't know. You might be thinking of that one.
That was so
Maybe. But it seems like several of them did that were
Yes.
really messed up by their famous mothers.
That was a
Damning.
really good movie. It was sad, but
Mhm.
it was a really good movie.
Yeah, my kids used to call me Mommy Dearest, and I said, "Bring me a hanger, I'll show you."
Oh no! That's so funny.
'Cause they had just heard it. They never saw it or anything. And they just thought it'd be too funny to start running around calling me that. And I was like, "Show you
Was it
funny."
mother- Yeah. That's funny.
But there's a lot of the mental
Yeah,
disturbed people exist kind of like in the wealthy realm. Like you have the royals and this and what have you, where
Yeah.
like Elon's stepfather, I think, married his stepdaughter and had kids. So in the upper realm of wealth, they can do, or they think they can do whatever they want. And some of them might have a beautiful young daughter, but it's like, well, I wanted a son. So they convinced the daughter that she could be a boy. They can afford the surgeries. So now it's trickling down into, where it's affecting everybody.
Yeah, Stepford Wives.
There was a really good movie, and I remember it was written actually. It was about a mother and daughter, and one was, I think it might have been the girl that played in Star Wars was one of the two of the people. I don't know if you guys know what I'm talking about. I've watched the movie just because I found out that that's what that script was written about. The mother or the
Carrie
daughter.
Fisher?
Yes, Carrie Fisher. And
Are you talking about Postcards from the Edge?
That is what I'm talking about. Thank you. Yeah, Postcards from the Edge. And that whole script was it about her and her mother?
I think it was. Dude, it's been years since.
Me
since
too,
I've
but
seen
it was
that.
good.
I
And
think
that was
so. It was.
the extra layer of it. Was knowing that.
Kind of a trip.
You know what
You know
movie I
they
did?
died like a day apart.
What's that?
They died like a day apart. Okay, I'm making sure I'm not tripping. Carrie Fisher and her mom was a famous actress, a blonde what was her mom's name? Dang it.
I don't know, honestly.
Deborah. Okay. She was a famous actress in her own right. Like if you look up the movies Carrie Fisher's mom was in, it's wild. Like, I can't even think right now. I'm not sure.
I'm looking it up because I gotta know now.
You gotta look it up because you'll be like, no shit. I think it's Debbie something.
I'm just trying to get her freaking name. Debbie Reynolds. You were on it.
Yes. And she was in movies in like the 50s, 40s maybe. And they died like, I think a day apart. Debbie Reynolds. Yes, SM had it too. Yep.
I didn't see it. Oh, I see Reynolds. Yep. Yeah, I thought that was cool that's what that movie's about because they don't outright tell you. You have to kind of, and then it adds another layer. But yeah, the movie I don't like watching is Valley of the Dolls because now I know that Sharon Tate got viciously murdered by the Mansons.
Oh yeah.
Oh, that was horrible.
And not know it's like, oh, I know how this one ends.
Mhm.
But it's true.
That's when they all went down after that one.
That's crazy. Yeah, her last movie or something like that. I remember there was a song in there, like a really depressing little song I liked though. But yeah, I haven't watched it in years because it's like I know how this one ends. It's kind of just hard to not think about that.
Right.
You know that okay, this is so weird. I shouldn't even say this, but there was this really awful rumor, and it's because I guess I wasn't alive when all of it happened and it was in the news, but I heard that there was a rumor that they ripped her baby out of her and did all this crazy shit.
Yes, they did.
That's never true. That was a rumor, but I don't know because I don't even remember the original rumor, but They definitely said she murdered them. Or
That
she
was the original story I heard when it happened. I mean, it seems like I really remember that one on the news. And
Are you talking about Sharon Tate?
yes,
Okay.
or was that before my time? Am I just thinking of the movie?
That would have been like 69-ish. Yeah, I'm just making sure you're yeah. Yeah, they did some rough shit. Yeah. I don't know about the details of Baby, but I mean, do you remember, Bonnie, on the news for real? Or
It was
John?
a whole. It was like a whole cult thing, and even I think he's still alive, Manson, and
No, I don't think so.
No, he
Maybe
died a few years ago.
yeah, but just
okay.
recently.
Well, but he said to the end that he never murdered anyone himself. Well, of course not, because he had this cult following him that would do anything he asked.
Yes.
They were hyped up on who knows what, and yeah,
But
it's just
what are those chicken or the egg things, though? Because you can really go down a rabbit hole reading about how horrible his life was, that he didn't have a dad, mom was a prostitute, and he had to go, like, she went to jail for her and his uncle were like robbing places when he was either she was pregnant or he was just young, and he's like been institutional. He kept getting put in bad places. They were anally raping him as a child in these bad group homes or whatever. Just like, it was some really tragic shit. And I'm not saying he's this great guy or anything. I'm just saying I could see why he was all fucked up. Like, he didn't.
yeah.
He
I
was
don't think that's any excuse to continue it on. I mean, if you went through that and it was that horrific to you, why would you do it to others?
Right. I
Well-
wouldn't. But I just couldn't imagine. Everybody handles with stuff differently. I just hate that I always try to think of it. Like, I don't know what some of the things he went through, I don't know what would be like because I've not been through them, but like, people respond to things differently.
Well, that's how you create them, though, because if you go even further down the rabbit hole, his parents and surroundings were crawling with CIA and MK Ultra. And so, like, to your point about the chicken and the egg, kind of the same thing. We see it over and over. But, and I'm not trying to be a Manson sympathizer, but I'm saying, what if, talking birth or before, he was in that program? They taught him well, obviously, because he was able to manipulate people to do these things. I think they only ever tied him to one murder in some way. I don't even know if it was his hands, but go deeper down that hole and you'll find the handlers.
When you start talking cults have a way of, well, let's just say, as far as like a man can have 6 or 7 wives, and some of his wives can actually be his children. And in that cult, they consider that normal. So kids growing up in that think this is normal. So it just keeps on going. But at the same time, these people have a way of, they're messed in the head, put it that way. But they're actually telling everybody this is right, this is, because there's a lot of cults I looked into, and like there was leaders who would start out saying like, I'm a prophet, and then they would start saying, well, no, I'm really an angel. Pretty soon they told their following they're actually God.
Yes.
But in that cult, they were doing real bad things, homosexual stuff, convincing the women, to have sex with them and all kinds of weird crap. But they thought that was normal,
Yeah, And I guess it keeps reminding me of that movie Sybil.
Mm-hmm.
And she was pretty messed up because of the torture that she went through. So
I remember that. I totally watched one the other night. It wasn't Sybil, but it was this chick on something Australia news channel, and she went through several personality splits right there on the screen. It was like 5 minutes or 7 minutes, and I totally watched it because I'm just watching it like, okay, is this person like a really good actor? They really separate. You just never really know, you know?
Right.
mhm.
It is hard to tell. Sybil, such a trip, Bonnie. And I think,
Yeah.
okay, to me, it's when you see someone in person. So like we can see stories about it now, videos of a episode or seeing it in person. That's
Mhm.
when you can really tell, because it's hard to tell if someone has just a weird personality or kind of quirky or whatever. But in person, like people with true DID physically change, like the shapes of their eyes and I don't know how to put it, just they physically look like a different person. I mean, same height, same weight, stuff like that. But I mean, it emanates out of them when they make these switches. And that's where you can really smell it, I think.
Right. You're almost reminding me of like these the stuff they do with like the Sasha Fierce and the Roman and all these altars that when they perform, because they really do sometimes look like something takes over. It's kind of trippy. I've definitely been down those rabbit holes and watched clips of different things that it's just like, man, there's something going on there.
The Sasha Fierce is a great example. That shit is freaky. I've seen some that are actually scary.
When she talks about it, probably one of the main and only times, and she talks about, I put my hands up and I felt her come into me. Like the details of the way, that's too much, man. That's just way too much detail. But yeah, it's creepy. I think something's going on there, and I don't know. I'm sure that it happens, but how do you ever really know?
Right.
That's like a lot of these movie stars. They get into character,
Yeah.
and some of them can't get back out. You know,
What was the Joker role is cursed supposedly, right?
right?
Method actors.
Shelley Duvall. I swear The Shining really messed her up.
Oh, Shelley Duvall. I think she just passed away recently.
She did.
And her last interview, she was the one I saw on Dr. Phil.
Yes.
She was almost unrecognizable, but I like that theory, Bonnie. Yeah, that maybe something
Because I knew her. I knew her personally. And
way.
Yeah. And there was some days she would be perfectly normal, and then other days she would swear you were trying to poison her. She'd be out there yelling at the linemen, saying that they were putting up cameras and spying on her. She was a trip, and it looked like she was living out of her car because she was packed and ready to go at the drop of a pin.
There's this one brief moment with Martin Lawrence where he was out in his boxers with a gun screaming, they're trying to kill me. They're trying to kill me. Like he was like really paranoid out of his mind. And then he had a stroke. I think they were really close together because Dave Chappelle's the one that talks about it. And he's like, this is one of the most sane people I know. What the hell is going on in Hollywood? Like that was one of the first ones. And looking into Dave Chappelle, and I'm like, man, him walking away from all that money and just running to Africa and staying away so much, that tells you how bad it is. Like, I don't know. There was like a lot of things like that going on that I was looking into and I couldn't believe it. And he talked about it pretty candidly. Like I said, he's like, He was talking about there was this time when Mariah Carey went on TRL and gave out ice cream. It was really random and she just did it. And she she wasn't, people always say things like, oh, she was stripping. Well, she had a bathing suit on, so she wasn't really stripping, but I guess, okay, technically she ended up in a bathing suit. And I'm sure she planned on doing it. But anyways, he's like, you got Mariah Carey's a millionaire stripping on TRL. Martin waving a gun in the middle of the street in his boxers saying that I got a gun. They're trying to kill it. They're trying to kill me. And he goes, there's nothing wrong with these people. Like something's going on in Hollywood. He's trying to tell you without telling you, in that clip. I've seen it 1,000 times and I always think, man, that's just crazy because it does make good sense.
Even Kanye, right?
Oh my
I don't
God,
know how far we got into the Hollywood hole deep, but even Kanye, he said at some point a couple years ago, hey, if I come out sometime like kind of acting different, where he said it's not me. It's not me. And you remember for the 2020 election, he was kind of on the Trump train, right? Then all of a sudden he comes out and it seems different.
He went and saw him. He was all blonde and MK Ultra looking, had pictures done with him. He came right out of like treatment. They like make him.
They did. They put him in there. Mm-hmm.
Which is a lot. Yeah, I was following the Kanye thing for a while. And I was like,
they locked him up for being on the Trump train back then. And he comes out a little bit wacky. And during one of his rants, he was like, something seems different in a couple of years. It is not me. And I don't know if he used the word clone or if he said some other term. I'm just saying he implied that.
I heard him say, Google lied to you. Hillary lied to you. He was freaking out. And then he was like, I swear to God, he was like, fuck being cool. Fuck this. Fuck that. Like, be yourself. And it was just so freaking endearing in a sense. Like, he was just having a moment and he got booed and everything because he's at a concert. We're supposed to be singing and he comes out with this speech. It's still out there. But
I remember that clip.
Yeah. Hillary lied to you.
Yeah, but now he's acting like one of the worst of the worst. It's just something is cracked in that man, whether natural or not, I don't know.
Or maybe it's not him. Maybe he is cloned.
You remember what I was saying about cults? Kanye's West. Now he wants to be called Ye.
Yeah, Ye.
Who's Ye? God.
Yeah.
Yes.
Well, he did Jesus. He did the Jesus walks. He gets a little sacrilegious. I liked Jesus walks until it got slightly sacrilegious with the Yeezus stuff.
Yeah, Yeezy. He's very much the personality of a cult leader type. And maybe even on that line that we're talking about with dissociation.
Oh, yeah. He looks like man, I like Kanye. I feel bad for him because he seems like he's got a good heart. Like those little breakdowns, he's speaking from his heart in those moments. And it's hard to not like this guy when he does that because he means well. And yeah, I remember. And then now I don't know what's going on with the guy. I feel like he really lost it when him and Kim split up. And then he tried to hurry up and get another girl that looked just like her or something. Like some weird stuff going on with all that.
The Kardashian curse is real.
Right.
Goes back to OJ, goes back to 1993, girl. All right. I'm joking, not joking. Like, think about it, man. All of their men are destroyed.
No shit.
Different people in some way. It's a thing.
Yeah.
She's a man eater.
It's a coven. A dark coven.
Dude, I wish you would have been. I mean, I don't know where I played some Roseanne stuff and she was talking to this comedian, the most offensive comedian or something like this. And she sat there and straight up said Hillary and all these lefties were in a coven. She talked about it like just like as nonchalantly as you could talk about anything. And that's just why I love her. She cracks me up. Oh yeah, they're in a coven, just like it was nothing. It's like, that's a big accusation there to just spit right out. Not even like beating around the bush or, hinting or like we do, trying to say different words. She just came right out.
That's
pretty
like
funny.
psychopathic narcissists. They know exactly what you want to hear. If you meet them, they size you up. They'll talk to you for a little bit to get to know you, and then they'll understand exactly what you want to hear.
Yes.
That they'll play you. They'll play you like a flip fiddle.
Yep.
I think that was
Been
important. I didn't have this on all night. How dumb of me. Kind of late after the fact. I want to try to do that Doge Vogue thing again, but y'all tell me if it isn't making any noise, because I think it's hilarious. I mean, maybe that's building it up too much. It's at least funny.
Too bad.
Nothing. Hold on just a second.
Here.
Can y'all hear that?
Edward Corstein, better known as Big Balls.
Big balls, big balls.
All right, I'm going to turn the background music off. I've been suggested that might make a difference, and it may. Let's see, media. If I can figure out how to get there again. I can't get over this. What? But especially as you're a pain in my ass. Stop doing that. It's just to stop doing that for me, because he's so. I'm sorry, I don't know where the stupid music is. There it is. I'll see. Maybe this is the reason it wasn't working. All right, let me try again.
Time for Doge.
Apparently had adopted the industry Harry Balls. Department of Government Efficiency. An acronym that just so happens to spell Doge.
They're just like you, and they're just like me. And he's running around and he makes a bank account with a lot of business with me. I don't think so.
Look around, government is overspending. Nobody knows where to go. Every time they go.
Yeah, that might do it.
But your bills are never ending. They tax you to the bone. Even so, efficiency, the sickest thing for everything.
Okay. What's that?
There's a morning vacation, corrupted to the core. There's so much more. Day and night, from the extermination, it's what we voted for. Those days, it's we working for. If you reciprocal tonight, if you waste that money, you'll be out of the store. You'll be on the streets. Control all the leads you know. They got nothing to do with Did you hear what Elon said? Members of the Pentagon, your reckless spending days are gone. AAA, NIH, time to enjoy overreach. Treasury, CFPB, Elizabeth Warren, recently. They're out of style, out of loot. Donald Trump, don't give a hoot. Robert McCall, get it too. Neil Marco, we love you. Patriot, attitude. Voters that are in the mood. Don't just snap it, let's get to it.
He actually put that on his personal page. I heard that little dance with Elon, just a troll. So there's like 2 or 3 minutes left. It is pretty funny, but I can wait a little bit and go back to it. I don't know. supposedly that kind of makes it better if you don't do it all at once. But I feel like something like that's either going to get you or it's not, right?
I
'Cause
mean, it
y'all at
was
least
sped up, so it kind of isn't as quick to detect, I think, you know?
with the banner too. It's got a couple minutes left, but like I said, I'll give it a break because I know it's a lot. But it actually is kind of funny. Like, and at the end, they do a couple news clips. I cannot for the life of me remember what they are. But, anyways, let me see if I can pull it right back up. It's only a couple minutes. If it's just as easy, I'll just go on and do it. Because I can't even remember to tell you anyway. I thought it was funny. I was laughing.
It is funny.
It's kind of corny, but it's corny funny.
Chainsaw more bureaucracy. First door.
You may assert there's no waste in the Pentagon. You may assert there's no waste in
Stephen,
Treasury.
I'm not.
You may assert there's no waste in HHS.
Stephen, I don't think
Then
anyone.
why are you not celebrating these cuts? If you agree there is waste, if you agree there is abuse, if you agree there is corruption, why are you not celebrating the cuts, the reforms that are being instituted? I will be as excited as I want to be about the fact that we are saving Americans billions of dollars, that we are ending the theft and waste and grift and corruption, that we are stopping American taxpayer dollars from subsidizing a rogue federal bureaucracy that has been relentlessly weaponized against the American people.
Do you think she'll still catch, like, you know, she'll make money on that somehow?
Man, that's kind of bullshit. Huh. You know, I wish I
She,
could play these, John. I don't know what if I had like a timestamp and I had one in here. Oh no, I did find a way to play it. I had to go to my phone and do it. I'm just seeing these in the private chat, and I don't. If it was just as easy, I would. 0 days, the cyber weapon that changed warfare.
That one's pretty long, Cola.
Well, there you go.
That little one at the top, let's see, I can't remember now what that was. I think that was a funny clip.
I can't.
Oh,
What was
yeah.
that one that Yorga got me to play? Was pretty funny. The Trump impersonator. Oh my god. It was Alec Baldwin flipping out on him, and he's like, "Well, I mean, I guess that's not fair." He was totally talking smack. Well, you got away with murdering that lady. You want me to? Like, oh my god.
oh, damn.
He totally did, though, when you think about it. I mean, even when you don't think about it, like he murdered that lady, you know, it happened. And he's just back to life like nothing. But it was actually funny. I was laughing because it was a brave thing to do. I mean, it was kind of rude to go up and say that, but it was also hilarious. And then he was like, I would break every bone in your body and all this shit. You think so, Wayne? Alec Baldwin.
I think some kind of manslaughter. I don't think it was premeditated or, you know, a malicious murder or even a murder of passion or anything. I think that it was negligence. I'm not saying he shouldn't be punished and shouldn't have had more attentiveness, as well as other people on set, but like, I don't think it's the same thing as plotting out some kind of, you know, offing somebody and putting a bunch of steps to it and whatever. I think it was a fucked up situation.
Was that what it was intended for? So that, you know, it was an accident, you know, is that testing the legality of our system?
Yeah.
It's really not even the first time though, right? Wasn't that what happened on The Crow? Something
Yes.
else similar? It's really, I just wouldn't want, if it were me, and I bet people will be more careful these days. You know, you're going to just be more apprehensive about pulling any triggers. Let me just.
Well, what about sabotage? Let's say that someone did hate her, because Alec Baldwin doesn't give a fuck about.
There was something right at the beginning.
super-
Nobody remember that? It was like, oh, she's the daughter of the. There was
Right.
some kind of tie-in, and I can't remember because I didn't know if it was true or not. But I totally heard something right at the start. Her father was somebody's lawyer, or the lawyer to somebody. It was something. Miss Mendersue's got scoops.
Yeah, I kind of looked into that. There was, some suspicious coincidences, I guess you would say, with the relationship with her and the whole industry,
So, do y'all find it odd? Am I unmuted?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. I'm looking at the chat. Excuse me. So isn't there a lot of countries that are still in the World Health Organization? Like, USA can't be the only country that's in it.
No, I don't know the number, but it's.
So all these diseases that are popping up in Africa right now, they're blaming because of the US canceling the aid, US aid. And I was like, why is the USA being blamed for everything? Like, is it fact or spent the most money?
So the clip that I saw was a lady on the news in Africa talking about an outbreak, and the headline said U.S. aid, 2 words. U.S. aid has been slowed down here, and now people are dying, right? That's not the same thing as the organization. USAID would be like in all capital letters, 1 word. The way that they typed that up on that headline ticker made it look like the organization, but it was 2 separate words on the news thing. And USAID, like the way Miss Mindersue typed it right here, if it was the whole issue, the USAID that you're referring to and that we're talking about, right, they would have typed it like that because it's an organization, it's an acronym, it would be all capital letters. The way the news did it was really tricky because it was US and then the word aid, 2 separate words, but people, if you just look at it and read it fast, it seems like the same thing.
So we've stopped all aid to foreign countries.
It's different types and allocations. There are so many interwoven, like Billy is saying, like we spend the most money on every global thing. We do. And there are multiple organizations. And so I wouldn't say all. I don't think that's accurate.
If you really listen to Trump, he gets really upset if he feels like it's one-sided, and he comes out with that. He's like, we're giving away too much money to people that hate us. You know, like that shit matters to
Saving
him.
off
Like,
certain things.
you're not going to get all of the benefit, and if he wants something out of the deal, and like, I don't know, we'll see. He seems to be good at what he does. I don't know, I have any reason to not believe that he's doing the right thing. He does take the, like, I don't know, anything could, it's scary in every direction, every way you look at it. With this measles outbreak, again, same as LA a few years ago, is because they gave a measles thing and then all the children got it.
So, but
that's pretty much what he's saying. Like, we need to get something out of it. Like, we'll do this, but you're going to need to do something too.
Well,
if we're so in debt, why would we continue? If our country is trillions of dollars in debt, why would we continue to fund anything until we get fixed here?
I feel like he's cutting off all kinds of money going out, and he's trying to bring money coming in. I feel like he's doing a lot. Those gold cards, if the right number got sold, he's right. He could have us out of debt before he's out of the office. If he could really sell the number he mentioned, he came out with the number. It was something like it was a lot, but and it's not just that. He did that Apple deal for and they haven't done anything like that. They wouldn't have if it wasn't him. I don't know. I think he's good at what he does.
That's like the UN is an organization where a lot of countries are a part of it. The U.S. is real supportive of that and actually funded a lot of it, probably the major part because the U.S. had the means to do so. But through time, we see in a lot of things, the UN itself China's in there, a lot of countries that don't like us are in there, and they're voting basically to harm us.
Right.
There's, the whole communist aspect of these other countries, that's why I say China, even parts of Africa, all these still communist countries, they don't like the fact that the U.S. that the world kind of functions on the U.S. dollar. They want to break that up.
Well, it's funding all of them. I don't know why they wouldn't want to break it up. It's working for them.
Well, kind of like what you were saying, Bonnie, like why do we keep throwing out so much when we need so much here? And I think part of it is foreign relations. It's all three of the big countries, Russia, China, and US, all make big deals. They're tremendous. We've never seen deals like this ever.
All the deals that's ever made up the deals. This is the best deal that there ever was.
This is the one. Exactly. But I think that Moonchild. I agree with you,
there you go.
Keep our own, but we also have to keep up some foreign relations for national security.
I understand that, but like SM said, right there, U.S. signed the treaty. See, that's what I have always heard, that we are the UN, that we are NATO. We are like it was started here or something. And let's see, it was a few years ago when they elected or put in someone to be over the UN. It seems like they were out of the UK or somewhere. John, do you know what I'm talking about?
Yeah, I mean, they change people often in the UN. You have the council, the UN council, and they actually have like a prime minister over the UN. And I think he's actually African right now, or maybe it's Mid-Eastern. But, like I said, these people through time, like the U.S. did kind of start the UN and supported and lobbied for it, and also NATO, so U.S. was a big part of all these. But times have changed. Like when this first started, like China really wasn't a threat to the U.S. A lot of different countries weren't. But now China has actually built up to where it wants to take on the U.S. dollar and start their own currencies. And you have Saudi Arabia wanting to go to the ruble or the whatever it is. And Russia wants to go to the ruble. And, so they're wanting to break up the U.S. Economic system and basically go independent, but still be a major vote in the UN, which, that's kind of like biting the hand that's feeding you. And this is what Trump's trying to say. It's like, look, if we're going to send you money and we're supporting this, and, now we're being outvoted by other countries who are supposedly, most of them are our allies. They're voting against us. And some things, for instance, the U.S. is kind of like a scapegoat. Like when you talk about wars and stuff like that, the U.S. is getting blamed. But there was like over 60 countries involved in Afghanistan and these different wars that were taking place over there. Why is the U.S. getting blamed for all of it,
Right. And that's like I was saying about that, the court cases that they're filing against the U.S. So without the people knowing it, are things being done that we didn't know was happening, and we're just now hearing about it, that it was all us.
Right. You're exactly right. There's all kinds of stuff that's taking place through these wars and different conflicts and economic disputes and stuff like that, where other countries have played a major role in it, but the U.S. gets the blame, and that's what with Trump, and I think this new administration, they see that there's like, hey, like when you look at like Israel, Israel was Palestine, and the British occupied that area. Well, then they signed the Balfour Agreement, which now you're starting the whole Israel concept, which is not related to the biblical Israel. This is a state. It's a political entity. But they want everybody to think Israel is the Israel of the Bible.
But that's just it. So the Christians of the United States have funded Israel ever since I can remember. I mean, they just keep donating money. I do books for people, and you wouldn't believe how many people send donations to Israel. Not besides all the people that have big money in the government and everything, the dual citizenships and all of that.
Right.
And that's all you hear up there. We have to support Israel. Even, I think Trump is real into that also.
That's because people aren't told what Israel really is. People over here believe Israel is of the Bible. It's a biblical, it's a spiritual thing, but it's not. It's a political movement.
Strategy. There are a lot of strategic spots all around the world, whether location or some ideology or shipping or resources. And I think in addition to a spiritual war, which we all, I think, pretty much agree it's some kind of spiritual war going on in general. But I also think it's largely location, resources, geopolitical events. Ultimately, they're trying to funnel in just a handful, I don't know how many, we could say 12 regions of the earth that have some power and streamline control.
Yeah. That's true, Echo. And see that I keep hearing that too. Like not out there blatantly, but hints of it that okay. So there's Israel. And I did see a video where they made Trump a king and they handed him a crown. And then I keep hearing about the third temple. Once the third temple is completed, something big's gonna happen. Like, and so they're calling him the builder of the third temple. And so that's where my questions about him come in is he good or is he, I don't know.
Right.
Who, Trump?
Yes.
Trump's just playing a part. I mean, I'm not going to say he's good or he's bad. You know, he's playing a part. Now, just like the things we are discussing, there are people in a higher position who knows this. And this is what's taking place as far as trying to keep the world from going to war. You have to do a lot of different things at the same time. That's like, you know, keeping peace throughout the Middle East is an important thing, but also peace amongst like Russia and China, and you know, so you have to be careful and cautious in what you're doing, and maybe, you know, at the same time you have to use a little bit of deception, like, you know, the Jews, well, some Jews are still waiting for their Messiah.
Mm-hmm.
There are people who are waiting for Jesus, you know. Maybe there is a way to appease the one group who wants a Messiah and have that fulfilled. I don't believe it's Trump, though. But if that's fulfilled, then they have no, they can't fight no more. You know, it's like, hey, you know, your thing done happen, you know. So
Right.
there's all kinds of things like that when you get into like the biblical spiritual warfare.
Well, and I see so many people in chats. He is sent by God.
Right.
Correct. You know, but that's not, he's not like claiming to be Jesus. He's not claiming to be God, you know.
No. But he is claiming to be the best.
Well,
I mean, I don't know.
I agree with John that he's playing a part. I think he's leading us to the same destination as anyone else would have. We're just taking a different road in a different chariot. But I don't think he's the Antichrist. I don't think that Elon is the Antichrist. I don't think it's quite that obvious. I think the spirit of that will be very unexpected. And Trump is very hated. A lot of people on different political sides, they're not universally loved and seen in a certain way. He's the devil to some people. So I don't think it's the people we have right in front of our faces right now. Now, maybe that spirit is out there of the Antichrist right now, waiting to choose his or her moment, but I don't think it's Trump.
Well, Trump wasn't. We're talking about as far as the Antichrist thing. I know a lot of people say that he wasn't born in the right place of the world, and there's like a bunch of very specific prophecies. When it is really the Antichrist, all of them will match. You know, it won't have to be forced, and it's just much as people want him to be it. It's not him. You know, he may be a horrible guy, but he's not the Antichrist.
that's just like I have a temple coin.
I do think he was chosen twice, technically, Billy. That is true. And I'm sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off, John, about the chosen one, but go ahead, John. I'm sorry. That's it.
No, I'm just saying, I have a temple coin where some people are comparing Trump to Caesar or Cyrus the Great.
Mhm.
When you look at Cyrus the Great, he was actually instrumental in the Middle East as far as bringing peace. So, could people be, like over here, he's Trump. He's, whoever you think Trump is. But over there, they see him as somebody who might bring stability to that part of the world.
But how can one man do that?
Trump's not one man.
And also, like, I feel like they all could have done it. They just don't. There's certain things they won't do. And that shit is so obvious to me as far as like some of the shit that he does. It's like they're like, he doesn't do it the way he's supposed to. And I think they want us always in war. They don't want him in war. I don't think they want to be out of debt. I think if and when he truly if he pulls us out of this debt, like completely out, that's going to be, I don't know if anybody, I don't even know what that'll be like, but nobody can tell anybody what to do. I feel like there's just, there's something to that. I don't think that the powers that be, whatever you want to call them, the theys, I don't think they want us to be out of debt. And I think that regular people would rather be out of debt. And I think he's trying to put us there, but we'll see. Maybe he doesn't.
That's
but I think he has a lot of ideas.
Like what we just seen in this meeting Trump had. How many times have you ever seen a prayer before the meeting in the White House?
Probably less times than I should have, I'm guessing.
I don't ever recall seeing a bunch of politicians and the people that were in that room praying,
Yeah.
Yeah, it's never can be. I just know that a lot of the laws, a lot of things he's done have been into helping Christians. It's situations where one thing was that people that didn't believe in abortions didn't think that they should be paying for the abortions. Like little things that maybe don't seem like a big deal. And then when we were all locked down, he's like, I want to get people back in church by Easter. Like that was a big deal to him. He mentions God a lot. And I just think that he means well. And sometimes I don't know about, I don't know. I think it is part of prophecy, whether he's on the good side or the bad side, he's a part of it. Like new things that have never happened before are happening. But I don't know. I don't think it would be a bad thing to get out of debt, or even get a smaller debt would be just great. And if we were on a trajectory where we knew in a certain amount of time, like if we were in less debt and where we knew in a year we'd be here, in a year we'd be there, and we had like, it'd be really hard. He will do that, and they'll say that they'll be mad. Somebody will be mad about it. Somebody will be like, he didn't do it right. It doesn't matter. I feel like even when he does good things, he doesn't really get a lot of credit. And I would freaking hate to be that guy. Even with the cult following, all the haters probably are much louder if you're him.
But what is society in itself? We have to have a sense of morals and look at through time how America has been under the influence of unmoral influences. We've had movies that were pornography, all kinds of different things over here in this country that has demoralized this country. So we can focus on the money, but actually something that's just as important is our morals and who we are as a whole.
Right.
Yeah, And I think that's the whole problem. The morals and values have been destroyed. A man's word. I can remember when a handshake was all it took.
Right.
And you knew he meant it.
Your word meant something, you know.
Well, I know it's not as much as it could be, but I'm really curious now. See, Jorg is gone now, but I'm curious to see if anything at all comes out tomorrow because he said that. Pam Bondi had said something, and I don't know why what I heard was so completely different, but what I heard was first, so probably it could have changed, or there could be more than one thing. Like one's a videotape, one's a list. I don't know. Supposedly something tomorrow, and then I saw something. I heard Brian Craig talking about Saturday at noon Eastern. Anyways, tomorrow's sooner, so I hope whatever the juiciest thing comes out tomorrow.
Yeah, I remember hearing her talk about it, but I didn't catch when, you know, she put a date to it. I can't remember. It might have been the text message I got, and I got distracted.
I probably am about to whelp. That's pretty much how good he knows me. Then kind of turn it into a backstage, but if anybody wanted to come, I got 2 whole spots left. But I've been going like 4 hours. I've had as long of a 6 hour, but I usually it usually ends up about 3 hours. So we run out of stuff to talk about. I can't believe we went an hour longer. It's so funny that he called me on it though. I thought we were getting whelped. Kind of. I don't have to go. It's
Yeah, I was getting ready to head out, Cola.
no, John's gonna whelp me. Well, you gotta smack your lap though when you do it.
Yeah, you gotta slap your leg. Well,
just like when was that last night, Bonnie, where the girls were talking?
I think it was the night.
Oh yeah, or
Was
night
it
before.
last?
Yeah,
Night before.
I had to bow out because this was a woman's thing going on, and you know, and I mean it when I say women have to talk out their problems, and men don't. Men like to go into their cave and kick rocks around, and you know.
I'm sorry we chased you off with that one, John.
Women weren't making sandwiches; they were talking.
Yeah, we got a little,
You know,
over there.
that's like I said. I'm totally fine going into my cave and building a fire and kicking rocks, and you know. But women do need to discuss things, and that's important for women to get together, you know, so they can discuss things.
Well, I didn't think it was all that, but yeah, it did seem like it was. There were somebody else left too. Like we kept running everybody off that wasn't a female. So maybe,
Wildlife.
yeah, just like all right, gotta go. But Echo's gonna need the link, and then there's only one more spot. I was hoping Cheryl. I don't see her in the chat. I tried to send it to her just so that she could, you know, kind of save a spot. I don't have unlimited. Oh, there's Steve, and he's gonna come right at the end. What's up, Steve?
Well, you know, I was always going to show at the end. Always. I always make big, very, very big appearances because I'm tremendous. Everybody knows. Everybody
I'm going to be here with
Yeah,
these
really.
women.
Oh yeah,
Uh-huh.
John. So I'll have 2. No, I'll have. How did I make 2 out of John leaving? I have one more spot.
Oh, you saying I'm fat?
No, 2 more. 2 more. That's right. I have 6, right? No, I'm not. I'm not calling you fat. All right. I hate to do it. I feel like Steve. I hope you heard me say I was about to end it, and then you popped in.
Oh
here.
no, I did. That's why I just got home and I was gonna do a couple other things and I heard you say that. I was like, oh shit, I better jump in there.
Running late.
He's like, technically, I showed up. I'm here.
I love you all, and I'm going to head out.
Good
Much
night,
love.
everybody.
Always good talking to you, John.
Good night. We're gonna put the link out there too, though. So good night, man. I really do hate.